Testing. I don't want that song. Okay. Let's see. How is everything working? I always worry about doing shit on my computer right when I get home because there's always something that goes wrong. So I'm like sitting here with bated breath. Looks fine. Let's hope. Hi, corporatist. What is up? How are you doing? How is it going? Yeah, I hope so. I see you. I hear you. I appreciate you. Damn, we're hitting the daily affirmations today. Hi, Tex. Oh, thank you for the sub, Ruby. Hi, Bood. She's back. Yes, I am. It's so weird seeing that. Do you want chat? Oh, is chat not on screen? See, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, where the fuck? Okay, you know what? Are my alerts? Oh, and my alerts aren't working either. Okay. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. God damn it. I always have fucking tech issues. Like, obviously, I did not change, a single thing. This is at, like, right before this stream was actually the first time I've even turned on my PC since I've, gotten back. And just, of course. All right, so let me see if I can fix that. Thanks, Tex, for the sub. Would you rather still be on the trip right now? I mean, I had a great time, but it was super long, so I think we're all, like, glad to be home, but, like, definitely happy I went and definitely do not regret it. I've always wanted to go to Channer. Okay, let me see if I can fix all my shit real quick. Oh my god, a hype train already. Wow. Okay, let's see if we can get to level 2. I don't know why it's doing a hype train right off the bat. I think Twitch needs to fix that feature. Did anyone post YouTube videos of it? I think I know that Stella at some point should be posting a vlog. Okay. Someone type in chat, hi Elios, hi Churchill, hi Sunshine, hi Ebbit. But I don't see it now. Okay, yeah. Is Streamlabs like down on the widget end or anything? Because it's not working for me. Hi Nefarious, hi Virgo. Time to plan China trip number 2. I would love to go again. I mean, I think we knew this prior, but China's big as shit. You can't really hit most of it without like multiple trips. I would go to every city again, except I would say Beijing was my least favorite just because it was a bit like strict and bureaucratic, but they're all cool. Trip number 2. How are your children? They're good. They're very glad mommy is home. Okay, if I can't fix alerts and shit, they'll just show up in chat. And I guess we just won't have chat on screen. I don't know why it's doing that. Favorite city? I don't know. Maybe Hong Kong. Or something like that. Quando. Dude, hearing that in my head, I literally was saying this. I was like, I always jokingly made fun of theater kids. So it was like karmic that I ended up on like pretty much like an adult theater kid trip. I was telling that to Caroline, which, I love. They're all great theater kids. There's a gun to the back of my head. But the irony was very funny. Hi, Ace. Hong Kong mentioned. Yeah, Hong Kong was just so grunge, which I liked. I mean, Hong Kong reminded me a lot of New York. Also, if you see this, that my head's popping out here a little, I fiddled my extensions too much, so it's popping out at a point, and I can't get it fixed for another 10 days. So if you see a bitch's, like, tracks coming out, I know. You don't need to mention it to me. I know I look fucked up. Just let it be. Hi, Shong. How do you think about Fear and Crew? I knew like half of them before, and they're just adding people to the trip, and they're like, you want to come to China? And I was like, yeah, I want to come to China. I mean, there is more logistics to it than that, but yeah. Hi, friend. What's up? What happened to theater kids? You know, bro. You know what happens with theater kids. Hi, Calvin. First time chatter here from China Streams. W. Yeah, I do. Dude, it feels so weird sitting my ass down at my desk, feeling my chair and everything. I'm used to like every stream being like, hey, I'm gonna go try and get blacked out on a random street in Shanghai. It's what I got used to after a while. But yeah, okay, I don't know why alerts in chat are not working. Subs will show up in my visual chat that I see, so we should be fine there and everything. But yeah, let's see if we can get a level 2 hype train. Hi, Lucidly. Yes, I think 2026 will be lit. Awesome streams in China. Thank you. Shanghai, Hong Kong, and maybe Chengdu. Yeah, those are all my faves. I mean, Chongqing as well. The only thing about Chongqing is that, like, it's very dreary and foggy because it's up in the mountains. It reminds me of the Pacific Northwest because I used to live in Seattle. I remember when I said that, Austin's like, oh, Pacific Northwest, the Portland mentioned or whatever. So it's like, it does do something negative to your brain to just like not see sun so continuously. You know what I mean? Follow you from China Stream. She was a banger. You're fine. Aw, thank you. Quando. Thanks, Maijin. The cat in Chengdu was so fire. I know, the little nugget was so cute. Your photo shoots were very dip. Yes, I think I got some banger pics. I have like a cute little Japan pic to post too next week, but nothing as crazy. It was a collab I didn't expect. Yeah, I didn't announce that I was gonna go on the Fear in China trip for a while because I was having trouble with my visa for a really long time. And I wasn't sure that I was gonna go. Like I was like, because we had been like, talking about it for like 3 months prior and everything, but I literally got my visa like a day and a half before I flew out. So I was like, you know what? Also, it's just kind of fun, to your chat. You're just like, I'm gonna fly somewhere and show up somewhere, and they're like, where, mommy? And I'm like, you're about to see, bitch. Did you like how they did your makeup for the photo shoots? I mean, I think it worked for the shoot. I wouldn't wear that makeup out. But yeah, we'll go over it. I have a bunch of fun pics loaded up, so we're going to do a little China trip recap. China, I guess a little bit of Japan too. So I have going to go over my stories, and then I have some other just like random BTS little pics and vids I took throughout the time. Hi, Damon. How are you doing, Quando? You know what? Hot take. I like scatting more than I like the Quando song. I don't know why. Maybe because scatting is just sounds instead of like a discernible word. So then it feels like there's more variety to it. But like when every time we get on the bus and Austin would just go beep bop ba-doop bop 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 scat and it'd be the scat bus. At first, it did make me want to end my life. But then I was explaining to them that I actually developed a Stockholm syndrome-esque relation to scatting. Like it was like my captor and their singing in general. And then after a while I found it comforting, and after like a long day of running around streaming, I would get back on the bus and I'd be like, wow, some comforting scat. Have you ever been to Japan? Yeah, that was my 3rd time. Hi, Pushin. If you're in China chat, love your fit. Oh, thank you. That's a bubble dress. Buble. Oh, let me drink my tea. I got the double tea bags. All that. Scatholm syndrome. We're all Stockholm. Yeah, we're all Stockholm for sure. Okay, I mean, like the singing was nice because like they all have good voices. Like Caroline has like a beautiful voice, so that's fine. And like that's like my hot take. I'm one of the only people ever. I actually hate karaoke. I hate going to karaoke, all that. But I'm fine with going if the people can actually sing. I don't like listening to bad singers. But the scatting did take time to get used to. Did you get your place for Thanksgiving? No, I was in Japan. Rare Scat Parrot. Did you go on their podcast? No. Hi, We Cooked Bro. The Stockholm Syndrome. It's called the Scatholm Syndrome. On the scat bus. God. There's a lot of like scat sounding nicknames during that trip. Scat bus, Chengdu toilet. I don't know where the fuck that theme came from. Karaoke's great when they can sing. Yeah, but see, you and I are in the minority on that, Rhapsody, because most people are like, no, the fun of karaoke is just everyone being bad. I'm like, no, I don't want to listen to your fucking shit ass voices. I don't want to listen to my shit ass voice. Like, come on, bro. Thank you, Limelight. Thank you, boss. I'm a scat man. What is the song? I'm a scat man. Maybe I'm not hip. Did you bring me a panda? Well, I actually got a panda hat because one of the Hassan viewers brought everyone hats. So I brought my panda hat. Look. Watch. Oh, my cats. Oh, whoa. The cats do not really like that. They just both started staring at me. Also, someone told me, I forgot who in the group, but someone told me that when my panda hat puts its hand up, it looks like a fucking Sig Heil. So apparently my panda hat is Elon Musk. God damn it. But yeah, is this even a panda? I'm not even sure exactly what it was. They're cats. Yeah, I know. Because cats here at a really high pitch. So I don't think they enjoy those really high pitched noises. Oh no, it does. I know, my fucking panda's doing a goddamn Sig Heil. Make him stop, please. My dog also woke up. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again. My bad. Never ending story. What is that? It matches your dress too. Yeah, I guess it's just white. I'm not judging people singing because I'm judging my own too. Yeah, and that's another thing too. People are like, oh no, like, stop being so self-conscious. It doesn't matter if you can't sing. Like, just enjoy. I'm like, sure, I can't sing, but that's not why I don't enjoy singing. Like, I'm just not a musical person. And that's hard for some people to understand. Like, I don't like, like, I like listening to music and, like, I'll go to, like, some shows and stuff, but, like, I don't really like dancing. I don't like singing. I don't like playing instruments. And I think for a lot of people, that's hard to conceptualize. So they just think you're lying. Like, they just think you're, like, insecure and you're lying. I'm like, no, like, I'm so dead ass. Like, I promise you. Ergonomic detangling brushes. Saying pandas are endangered. They're allowed to have a little bit of fascist tendencies as a treat. Yeah, pandas are endangered, we learn, because, like, they don't be having sex. Because, while we were on the way to Chengdu, we were like, are all the pandas going to be gay? Because Chengdu is the gay city in China. So we're like, the pandas there have to be gay. But, dude, the pandas can't even be fucking straight, let alone gay, because pandas are so late. They're going extinct because they're so lazy. They don't even want to smash. Hi, Manish. Are you one of those people who drive in silence? No, I said I listen to music, but I don't like performing anything musical. Also, I live in New York. I don't drive. Went late. Pandas definitely not have enough sex to be gay. Well, another thing we learned is that, like, they literally show the pandas porn, like panda porn, to try and show them how to fuck because they don't know how to fuck. And I'm just like, goddamn, that's crazy. What do you want? But yeah, okay, in a couple minutes, I'm going to open up some cute pics and we're just going to, go through all the China stuff and just yap and hang out. Got a notification you're funny as fuck on the trip. Thank you. They're pansexual. Aha, knee slapper. Is that a knee slap? Is that a dad joke? I don't know, father. Enjoyed you seeing the China streams, your fat cat, the temple. Well, I have many fat cats. Come here. This is one of my sons. This is my son, Big Boy. My other son, Oliver, is over here, but he's slightly less of a lap cat. Is that a chonker cat? He's pretty big. His name is Big Boy. That's his government name. So he's pretty large. But as you guys can see, shout out to the temple cat, I always have a cat in reach. I can reach out my hand in any direction. There will be a cat.
You're so overweight. You're so fat.
Look how fat and juicy he is. He's so good. Your tattoo, thanks. It's not just the panda. It's normal for them to have problems in the bedroom sometimes. Panda hymns at. Yeah, why don't we just give the pandas a blue chew, bro? That would be easy. Hi, Saloon. Or missed you tons. Oh, hello. I mean, I was streaming. It's just, I guess, for the regular chatters, I guess some of you guys didn't see me because, like, I would stream at fucking the worst time zones for America. Because, like, that, we're on the other side of the world, so I'd be, like, live at 7 a.m. EST on a Wednesday type shit. Why is Twitch cook with bots? Not you, but tons of channels. I don't know, bro. I ain't Dan Clancy. I ain't omniscient. Hi, MD. Hi, Chaz. I love how your cats are so chill. Yeah, they're fat. They just love being thrown around. I mean, is Twitch cook with bots? I thought Twitch did like a whole like anti-botting initiative a while ago. Because remember, like so many people's averages just dropped. Also, if you guys are wondering why my forehead is so shiny, my skin is not oily. I just did an exfoliation mask an hour ago. So all my skin is new. So so no matter how much powder I put on it, it's gonna be shiny, okay? So don't judge me, please. I was like, wow, my forehead is reflective. 3 cats home. Hi, Roman. I really fixed my sleep schedule, wake up early, watch. Aw, thank you, EG. Yeah, I noticed like a good amount of you guys there. And I was like, okay. I was like, it can't all be Billy chatters in here. Streams were great fun and you're really fun and I had to follow when I saw you play GeoGuessr. Oh yeah. GeoGuessr's the only game I'm good at. I'm bad at all their games. Is shiny bad? Well, some people comment on it. Dude, there's this one dude like a month ago that came to chat and he was like, do you have dry or oily skin? I'm like, I have dry skin because I do have really dry skin. And he was like, you seem like you have oily skin. After I said that, of course, Asian people have oily skin. I can tell by your oily forehead. And I'm like, bro, I'm just moisturized. I actually have really dry skin. Damn. Like, what is he saying? He was like race sciencing my skin. You're good. Well, what I like is I like when this part of my face is shiny, but then this is matte. So right now we're not doing that. Let me see your heels. Are you trying to see my feet right now, bitch? Best for European chatters for once? Yes, I was optimized for the European time zone for once. Where'd you go? I just got back from Shanghai. All over. Literally all over. Hi, Mac. Hi, Garrow. Racist skincare posting is crazy. It's the Latina part of skin. Yeah, another thing is, as you guys know, I'm Latino now, apparently. I didn't realize I was going to go. I thought I was going to go to China to transition into becoming Chinese. But I came back Latina. I came back Mexican, according to everyone in chat. Because apparently we had to keep the racial equilibrium in the group. So if March really wanted to be Wasian, I have to be Latina now. He has to either take me or Caroline's Wasian. And I was targeted. Aw, thank you, Tex, for the biddies. And CCP Honeypot is a Vietnamese American. You're my... I know, yeah. And also I'm a Chinese spy. I also learned that about myself. Today years old when I realized I was a Chinese spy. Or like 2 days ago. So that was cool. I'm going to tell my mom that anecdote when I go home to visit her for Christmas. I think she'll think it's very funny. I'm going to be like, Mom, I'm Mexican. I'm a Chinese spy, a honeypot Chinese spy, everything. And she's just going to be like, wow. Okay. What is your current mission? To not jump out my window right now. It's too general. What are you saying? Finally, a Latina on stream. Latina streamers represent. What can I say? Would you rather live in China or the U.S.? I mean, I'm American. I don't speak Chinese, so I'd still rather live in the U.S. now. But I think China has some fantastic perks. But it's complex. I mean, if the U.S. government falls for as shit as things were going, then sure, of course, I'd rather live in China. But like, ideally, that wouldn't happen. There's like some very strong things that are better about China. But then obviously, if you're raised in a place like, I'm very much like Asian American culturally still, Ness long sister, I know. That's my brother. Mi hermano. You said you're a spy, so what are your orders? Oh, I see. Well, apparently they thought our orders were to honeypot everyone on the trip. But no, LOL, which is super funny that like that whole Ethan Klein saying that every girl on the trip was a Chinese spy came out because like I told you guys, I was having trouble getting my visa. And the part of the reason why it's trouble getting my visa is because when you get a Chinese visa, it asks you about your parents. And a reason it asks you about your parents is it's trying to make sure that neither of your parents are a Chinese national, because Chinese citizenship is through blood inheritance. So then if one of your parents were Chinese national, that could mean that you were, and therefore you shouldn't be applying for a visa. So I didn't give any info on my father because I don't talk to my father. And they wanted like all this shit that like I would have no way of getting from him, like passport, all that stuff. So then it flagged my application, and the Chinese consulate was like, oh, like your father could be, or one of your parents could be a Chinese national, or I don't know. So I guess I really was a spy. Anyways, I just had to write and sign a statement that was like, my father is a white American. My mother is of Asian descent, but from Vietnam. Please give me a visa. Boop, boop, boop. But yeah, maybe they thought he was a spy. Dude wants to defame Hassan so bad. He's obsessed. Well, you know, Ethan Klein, to my knowledge, right, isn't his marriage like a honeypot marriage? So I guess he just thinks like everyone is incredibly susceptible to being honeypotted, and that everyone is just getting honeypotted all the time, right? I don't know. Because I think the general theme is like, for more ignorant people, they tend to believe that everyone's mind works the same way their mind works, and that everyone's intentions are, you know, like everyone has the same aim, right? It's just the same way that a lot of like very sinister, nefarious people, they believe that other people always have like sinister and nefarious intentions, when that isn't true. Also, let me know how the background music volume is. I want it to be nice and lightly audible. How's your Viet? Childish, very childish. Hello, milady. My sweet like rose, my heart, how you got, okay, you know, what, oh, ow, ooh, ow, that gave me an aneurysm. Asian, not Asian spy. I mean, I think the funniest thing about the Chinese spy thing, despite us all being U.S. citizens, that I'm not even ethnically Chinese. Like, I'm not even ethnically Chinese. Like, it's a whole nother country. Married to a literal soldier, yeah. Oh yeah, but that was all alleged, lol. But yeah. Don't they ask you about your parents in the application initially? That should confirm your info part without flagging it. Well, like I said, I gave general info on my father, but they asked for like a lot of specific info that, like I said, like I would just have no way of acquiring from him. Like at one point, though, I told them like I can't do this. They wanted like the passports my parents had when I was born. So that's like multiple iterations ago. And I'm like, you know what, China, I love you and I would like to be inside of you. And I was. But do you not respect the fatherless? Like, you know, can the fatherless not come and become Chinese? Like, I'm trying to come and become Chinese. And they said no. Keep your fatherless energy over there. No, I'm kidding. We fixed it. We explained it. We explained the situation. I can't hear any music. Okay, it's super light. It's just like a general EDM playlist right now. 5 CCP, I definitely try and recruit you. For what though? Like what could I do? There's no use for me. I don't speak Mandarin. I'm just be like, hey, I'm here. Hi, what's up? I fuck with Xiaolong Bao. That shit fire. It's so wild me people have to do that to visit the US most of them. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so then as an American citizen, right, I think we are very like privileged with how strong our passports are. Because like it's not like I haven't traveled before. I've been to like, I don't know, like 10 countries maybe. And I've never had to go through like such a in-depth process to acquire entry to another country. Because, you know, the US is a world superpower, but so is China. So when you're entering a world superpower, they be doing shit like that. But I'm just, you know, my privileged American ass going to every other country, la-di-da-di-da. Like, I just book a fucking flight, show up, you fill out a fucking visa slip on the airplane. Like, that's what you do to go to Japan, for example. Like, they just, bam, throw a fucking visa slip on your tray like an hour before landing. And you just fill it out. And they only read that shit. They're just like, okay, bye. Favorite dish you ate on your trip in China? And thank you for the sub. Okay. I think Will also said this was his favorite. When we were in Chongqing, there was like this iced osmanthus tea and like mochi dessert that we were eating after we were eating the really spicy noodles. The first day we were on the street, it was so fucking good because I love tea. I love like floral, fragrant, aromatic stuff. All the food was really good, but like nothing besides that really surprised me because like, you know, I live in New York City, which has, for those of you who don't know, like an insane historical Chinese community as like some of the best Chinese food. And I just grew up around like a bunch of Chinese people. So it's not like anything I ate like I hadn't had before pretty much. Really. But that like specifically hit really well there. Chengdu is my favorite. I want to live. Chengdu I thought was very livable too. I actually think that like if I had to live in one of those cities, Chengdu or Shanghai, and Chengdu had like a really beautiful mixture of like the old architecture and the new architecture. China in general does have a lot of propaganda, but they only need to see what they want to see. Plus, they obsess over saving face. I think it depends. I mean, but there's also like, for example, like propaganda that like we were told was propaganda in the West, but then wasn't. Like apparently like Winnie the Pooh is like giga banned there, but then we saw them like selling Winnie the Pooh dolls. Like it wasn't that deep. So. Hi, pretty Kaylee. If lychee was CCP, I'm folding. Boy, please. For my wife to get a Japan visa, I see. So if you think about it, even if you're in my oh my god, I'm Azerbaijani now. Holy shit. I thought you were going to say New York City has insane smells. No, New York City has like a lot of fire Chinese food. How are cats doing? They're sad, but mommy is home now, so they are joyous. Manhattan Chinese food is largely Fuzhou, though. I think Shanghai stuff has been more recent, 5-7 years. Well, I'm talking more like Chinatown, Queens than Manhattan, though. There's like the Lower East Side, Chinatown and everything. But yeah, I don't know. My favorite type of Chinese food, maybe like more southern, like Hong Kong. Like I like the baked tomato rice. I like dim sum, all that. I like Sichuan food, like the mala spice. But I just think like you can only eat so much of it before like you can't even taste your mouth. And like I like spicy food. A bitch can eat some spicy food. But you know, oh thank you Omega. Congrats on conquering Asia. Why does that sound like I went and like I colonized it? Pooh plushie forgot Disney in Shanghai. That makes sense. Flushing scares me, so many people. Bro, don't go to Asia then if you think that's a lot of people. Could use more people wanting to save face by living up to societal expectations. I don't really, maybe this is more Ameribrain, but like, I feel like I'm always culturally comparing, like the East to the West because, I'm the physical embodiment of that bitch, whatever. But no, all jokes aside. And one thing I do, like, sure, we like shit on American individualism. And sometimes that is really bad. Like individualism sucks. Like for example, you see during COVID, like no one wanted to mask up. No one cared about other people's safety or health and all that. But like coming from like, an Asian household, an Asian American household, but still, I would say the wanting to save face, caring about your image, it's really stifling and it stifles creativity and it stifles people's happiness. Like it's not a coincidence that in a lot of countries where you have to only be polite and care about, the image you put out to society, why like so many people, like Japan, for example, are just killing themselves like left and right. I don't think that's always good for the human brain. How are the toilets in China? Girl. Going to Disney in China would have been worth it. It's still Disney. Dude, I've never even been to Disney in America. And people think Baby Launcher, that's a crazy name. Who just followed me? I've never even been to Disney in America. And every time people are like, you've never been to Disneyland? Did you not have a childhood? Maybe not. The thing is, Disney is so fucking expensive that like you could go to like Mexico for like a week sometimes with the price of that. Like why would I go to Disneyland when I could go to like Mexico, or minus the flight I could go to Vietnam? Like, am I a Disney adult? No. I feel that. How do you try out China without knowing Mandarin? Google Translate app. Pretty easy, honestly. I mean, everyone, you just hold up your phone. You can speak into it. It speaks back. And I know some. Bohaisu. How do you know the Fear Ed group? I knew Marge, Caroline, and Will for a while. And I've like hung out and raved and partied with them a good amount. And then they're just like, Chatter? As they chatter? Chatter. Yeah. I've never had no desire to. It was always expensive for my family as a kid. Yeah, please do not tell the Disney adults that I said that about Disney. But no, I'm not. And I think it's fine to like, I would want to do like that Epcot drink around the world thing. That sounds fun. Maybe I'm a fucking alcoholic. I don't know. But I would never fiend to go to Disney. I'd rather go to a different country, learn about a different culture, you know, like try a bunch of different food, all that. What raves have been to? All the big ones. Did you meet at EDC? I met Caroline at Will at EDC. I met March at not this TwitchCon, but the prior one. But yeah, I don't. What raves have I been to? All the big ones, mostly. I had a culture face mask in advance before. Yeah. Asia's always done face masks. Do you like tall guys? No, I like when a man is so small that I can punt him, actually. So if he gives me any attitude, I just kick him into the stratosphere. And I just see him, bink, and he's gone. They get you the streaming thing? No, like I said, I met them at TwitchCon, so I've been streaming way longer than I've known them. Hi, Brent. Alipay WeChat. I did, but like Alipay was fucking up for everyone, and it wasn't letting anyone spend more than like $200. So we ended up just having a lot of time getting our tour guides to pay and then just like transferring them the money and everything. Did you bring back super secret documents from China? I brought back a cheap How. Epcot, low-key kind of fun for adults. See, I believe that. The Zootopia thing. How's your trip? 1 to 10? 10. It was great. Are you political as Caroline or Hassan or nah? So my whole thing with political streaming is like, I do talk about politics sometimes, or just like politics, current events. Like usually when I do a just chatting stream, we'll have like a segment where I just go over like recent things that have interested me. Sometimes that's politically related, sometimes it's just other like current event stuff. But no, it's not like, I wouldn't define myself as a political streamer, nor would I want to, because I just don't want to be a part of something as incendiary as that. I mean, I respect them so much for doing that, honestly. And I hold similar beliefs, and I'm not going to stray away from talking about politics or my beliefs. Like, I'm not like, obviously by being friends with all those people, I'm not like one of those people that's like, no politics in chat, let's keep it apolitical, because I don't really think we have the luxury, especially at this time, like in our country, to keep it apolitical. Like I think that's like a very privileged thing to do, you know, but it's not like the main focus of my stream. Sorry, that was a very long-winded answer. If you drink like that beyond your 20s, that's just alcoholism. Good thing I'm still in my 20s. You're blasting to space. Hi, baby Kippy. Also, sorry if I missed some chats. It's not even that I don't want that smoke. I mean, like, I'm down to argue. I've always been I don't know if I want to call myself an argumentative person, but I don't shy away from confrontation. I'm a very confrontational person. I don't love confrontation, but like, you know. And no, I'm not apolitical centers at all. But no, I just don't want it to be the main focus. I don't want to be defined as a political streamer, but I'll talk about politics sometimes. But yeah. Did anyone end up buying a Huawei phone? You can't buy a Huawei phone, because if you buy a Huawei phone and you try and re-enter America, it will light on fire and it will blow up the airplane. Debate me right now? No. You BS, you like to fight. I don't like to fight, but I think it's necessary sometimes. Well, like I grew up in a very combative environment because I grew up in like a super emotionally abusive household. So I think I'm very used to fighting. And actually, as I've gotten older, I fought way less. Like I feel like as you get older, you very much learn like pick your battles. And also like you're just tired because like being an adult and existing and paying rent is fucking tiring. And sometimes you're like, man, it's just not fucking. Like, I don't always care about getting in the last word like I would have when I was like 18 or something like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I don't think like anyone can have, people, there are some people, they're like, oh, politics don't affect me, blah, blah. I think they affect everybody in varying degrees, even if you don't see it. And I don't think we can fully shy away from ever talking about it. And I think they're interesting to talk about for sure. Have you read the book Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents? It's pretty good and very eye-opening. I haven't, but that does sound interesting. Thank you for the gifted sub, Wanda. First time doing the China chat, I'm going to say I dig the vibes you bring. Aw, thank you. Same, when I went for my must-win on Twitter, this idiot isn't worth my time. Free Palestine, W. You're wise beyond your years. Thanks. I don't know. I'm like 27. That makes sense, right? I don't know. It's always tiring to hide your opinion on things that are just obvious to you. Yeah, no, I never hide my opinion. I mean, any of my friends will tell you I'm a very opinionated person. Maybe to a fault, maybe too opinionated, some people sometimes say. But I think it's better to be, quote unquote, too opinionated than to be like, a doormat and just be like, oh, I love everyone. I'm cool with everything. It's all sunshine and rainbows. It's not. But that's okay. Zootopia 2 made $270 million in China. Bro, I need to go see Zootopia 2. I memed it so hard this trip. I didn't know that I would become like the Zootopia girl. Like I didn't intend this fate, and it just happened. And here we are. It's crazy. Would you say you're on the spectrum? I've had diagnosed ADD since I was a young child. Almost everyone in my family has had it for multiple generations. What do you mean it's just the Molly of the years? What are you saying? What was the most advanced technology you saw in China that would surprise people in the US? That's a good question. Okay, I don't know if this counts, but the 24-hour spas were just so goddamn fire. Let me pull up pics of things while we yap about this, and then we can yap in a more orderly fashion and everything. But God, dude, also every car in China, like the every car, even like the not super fancy ones, it just has like a remote on the side. Basically, it's like every car has like fucking massagers in it, or a lot of them at least, or heated seats, or the seat can move in 58 different orientations. Like I'm just like, what? It was like a spaceship. I was like, I don't know how to use my seat. Is this the Zootopia Phantom Club meeting? That wasn't intended, but it seems as if it's going in that direction. Psychedelics are good for people on the spectrum. That depends on the person. I don't remember anyone talking about politics 24/7 back in my day. Well, yeah, we live in a very volatile time right now for my fellow Americans, as you guys know. Like, people definitely talk about politics now more than they did 5 years ago or 10 years ago, at least to my memory as well. And thanks for the sub, Scott. Which makes sense, because shit's extra fuck right now. Like, of course, yes, there's always been issues, but it's extra fuck right now. Like, you can't not really talk about it. But yeah, sure, in a really ideal world, like, we wouldn't really have to talk about politics, and it would be more niche to talk about politics, because nothing, major bad would be happening. But we don't live in that world right now. We actually live super far off from that world. Like, we're getting way farther from that world, unfortunately. Is that one really long cat or two cat? Okay. Oh yeah. For the new chatters who have joined since China, before I pull up the pics of the China trip, I'll introduce you my cats real quick. Okay. This is my son, Big Boy. As you guys saw earlier, he's very big. That's why his name is Big Boy. That's his legal government name. He's very large and angry and cuddly. He's my little alpha male Chad. Right, Mr. Big? Yes. There he is, my king. I know he's so large. And this is his brother. So they're brothers. I've had them since I was in high school. So they're 10, and they're kittens from a parking lot. This is his brother. Oh, good stretch. His name is Oliver. I call him Olive. And he is my demure, intelligent, closeted gay baby. He's so good. And If you're wondering why he's partially bald on the bottom of his body and why he looks like a chicken cutlet, it's because he loves licking his nutsack. That's what he does when he's bored. He just licks his little nutsack all the time. He's very silly. And it keeps him from being somewhat grown the hair all the way back, though he used to be way worse. Right. You love licking your body. You're so silly, Olive. And he's very sweet and smart and squeaky. Big boy, the other one is a himbo. Yes. Okay, you go back on the bed now, my little potato. So they sometimes do look like one very large cat. I call them my nuggets. Sometimes they look like the mega nugget. Oh, he's licking his brother. I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, he's licking his brother's ass. As they do. Is that your boyfriend? That's a cat, sir. No. Oh, he's eating his brother's ass. They do that a lot. You just ignore it. My cat would fight me. Yeah, they're super cuddly cats. That's why I have a rule where I can't be away the house longer than three weeks, or I would have like stayed in Japan longer, because they're obsessed with me and I'm obsessed with them. He's adorable. Thank you. Counterpoint shit like this because people don't want to talk about politics before we got to this point. To a degree, yeah. I'm pretty liberal, but I didn't fear for the end of democracy if Mitt Romney or John McCain had won. Oh, yeah. I mean, they're not even comparable to Trump. I mean, like, they're just, like, regular Republicans. He's, like, a straight fascist. So. I have been to John McCain's crash landing site in Vietnam. My mom made me take a picture with it for some reason. So there's, like, this picture of me in front of where John McCain crash landed. And I'm like... I'll find it one day and show you guys. I didn't even like realize. She was just like, go stand over there, honey, and take a picture with that. I was like, okay. Hi, bitch. Oh my god, your name is just bitch. I thought there's a third cat. Yeah, no. I wish. They had another brother. But since I got them in high school, my mom only let me have 2. I would have taken 3. Because my mom was like, pick 2 of the 3. I was like, oh, I want everyone. A base mom. My mom is actually quite base. She's probably the most based old Vietnamese woman on this earth. Or like definitely in the upper 1%. That's such a random mom thing. I know. Because we didn't even like go to see where John McCain crashed. Like we were just having lunch and you could just happen to see it from the restaurant we were sitting at. Yeah, that's fucking mirror brain. Trump is the worst Republicans personified, surrounded by the worst of the cartoon level villains. I know. It's like every time I'm like, they can't be more evil. It's like silly evil almost at a point. I'm like, are you Doofenshmirtz? Like the shit they think about. The Thanksgiving tweet. I'm just like, bro. Accidental McCain endorsement. Okay, I don't know if I was endorsing him. I was just kawaii posing where he crash landed. Can I ask you how you are today? I'm fantastic. I was really tired, but I was like, I should stream. And now, every time I feel that way, I'm like, oh, I'm always happy I do. It's always just like, with anything, it's like to get the inertia, to like get there. But I'm actually in a very good mood. My voice just sounds like this, for anyone new. I'm happy, I promise. It'd be funny if it wasn't so sad. I know. Your mom's not old. My mom is 71. So yes, she by definition is a senior citizen and by definition is a baby boomer. And by definition would call herself old. You know, there's nothing wrong with aging, right? When we're talking about this whole ageism discussion keeps coming up, like there's nothing, she's old and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with the fact that she's old. She's gotten to live a life. She's just 71, which is old. My mom calls herself old. Damn, yes, she had me very, very late. Give me faith to our family. Like, yeah, you can have kids in your mid-40s. I'm alive. I made it. Gave birth to me in 2 hours. No epidural. How'd your kids react when you got home? They just started meowing and rolling and purring and then sniffing the shit out of my suitcases. You know, cats always do that. They're like, they were smelling Nippon. They were smelling Japan. Asian don't raisin. She doesn't look 71, I bet. No, she doesn't. I would say she looks I don't know, 60, late 50s. She gets hit on by men, like white men, that are like in their late 50s, like mid to late 50s, and they think that they're the same age as her. So, I have a theory that older parents produce more intellectually gifted children. Maybe. I mean, there's a study that was comparing younger parents to older parents, and even though it wasn't by like a massive margin, the general consensus, I read this in school, so it was like years ago, was that older parents are better because obviously more emotionally mature and richer, right? So it's just easier for them, less stress taking care of the kids, all that. They can afford, better tutoring, they can afford more sports, they can afford all those things. Are your parents separate? Yeah, they've been divorced forever. My cats always do that when my wife gets back from a work trip. Being old, as long as you're not malicious and angry, because being old, some senior citizens are like that. Oh, yeah. And on the flip side, though, even though there's nothing wrong with being old, you don't deserve innate respect just because you're old. I fucking hate that. I hate when I meet old people and they think you need to, like, bow at their feet just because they're about to fucking evaporate. And I'm just like, just because you're old don't mean you can't suck. Like, come on, bro. You'll see that especially in like Asian culture, because the elder respect thing, which I agree with overall, but like I've also just met some truly like vile, really mean spirited old people that feel like they can get away with it. And I'm just like, dude, I don't care that you're about to die. Like, you can't fucking like curse out a child or whatever. I think being old is fine, but looking old sucks. Yeah, but like we'll all get there. It's fine. But if you have kids, like, you have to take care of both kids and parents who are nursing home age. Not necessarily. Like, not everyone has to directly take care of their parents. Like, my mom and her siblings would just pay for shit for their parents. And they wouldn't have been able to do that if they were younger and poor. You're raised by 20s, 30s, they're still trying to be people in the world, but older parents have more time and patience. They have more time, they have more patience, they have more emotional maturity. And they just have, I think it really is like they just have more resources. Oh, thank you for this, Prozac. After being in China, do you get the sense they are ascendant while America is declining? Yeah, kind of. I mean, they're definitely, that's the only time I've ever been to China. It was my China virginity, my China cherry pop. So it's hard to compare. But yeah, they definitely have like a rapid expansion feeling going on. Like when you see the juxtaposition between like all these very traditional people and traditional buildings and then all this like crazy fucking tech, like, oh, there's a drone delivering my DoorDash or whatever. It was interesting too to talk to like the older people, because in a lot of these cities, like 40, 50, 60 years ago, it was just like a little town or whatever. It was like underdeveloped, or it was just like industrial, and now it's like a fucking cyberpunk mega city. I'm like, how insane would that feel to see that transition in your lifetime? So I was born as a little older. Fuck them kids. Low key, like, I do want to have kids, most likely. Not for a long time, though. But traveling during Thanksgiving, everyone had a fucking baby. And them babies were screaming on the plane. And by the time I got off that flight, like, I flew from Tokyo to LA, I was like, I don't want to do it anymore, man. They're so goddamn annoying. Why do they cry so much? There's a movement against old people and Karens in China a decade back. They're taking out basketball courts from kids. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't deserve innate respect. Can't keep track of honorifics. My dad was retired with a pension at 44. Damn! That's crazy. Old people are either super chill and wise or super angry and resentful. Yeah, no. I mean, work and service. I worked like in restaurants like all of college and high school. Work and service, and you'll meet some vile old people. I will say that. They're only going to accelerate to China. Yeah. I mean, they did lift like a bagajillion people out of poverty and everything. It's interesting. It reminds me, when I look at China, I feel like I see what I feel like Vietnam will be like in like 20 years or something like that, like 20, 25 years. Oh my God, the high-speed rail? That shit was crazy. I mean, I've been on a high-speed rail. I've been on the Shinkansen. but still. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm getting distracted. My country club, most vile old people I've ever encountered. Well, generally country club people are rich, entitled people, and regardless of age, those people tend to suck. Sunday crowd at a restaurant. Yeah. Shinkansen to Osaka. Yeah. No, to Kyoto. Are you getting along with your new CCP handler? I don't have a CCP handler. Our handlers were very sweet. Shout out to Irene in China. I miss them. I was texting her on WeChat. She's like, I'm going to miss you. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna miss you too, Irene. Oh look, also look, I got Gentle Monsters. Penny was so funny. Look. Wow. My first pair, I mean, they're just for funsy glasses, but they're so cute. I'm like, oh my God. Because Gentle Monsters, you know, because they're a Korean brand, they're made for the Asian nose bridge. And I always thought, like, since I was mixed, like, that didn't apply to me because I have, like, a tall nose. But when I do wear, like, a lot of my friends' sunglasses, it still falls off my nose. So I'm like, I guess it does somewhat still apply to me. So then when I got these and they fitted them on my snoot, I was like, oh my God, they don't go anywhere. Crazy. How much were they? They were cheaper for sure because I bought them in Japan, which is why I justified it. If you guys don't know right now, unfortunate for Japan, the yen is like, like the yen is like Bitcoin right now. It's tanking. It's like 63 cents to the dollar at the moment or something. Asian fit glasses are great for high cheek. Oh, okay, well that makes sense. I have really high cheekbones. So I think they were like translated 250 or something. What are your thoughts on taking China money versus Saudi money? Well, I didn't take any Chinese money, so. China right now is the definition of trust the process. They basically said 550 years ago, whatever, they can become mega developed and they are now outpacing everyone else. Yeah, and I think a lot of that is the result of their collectivist society for sure, which comes with its ups and downs. Shit was dirt cheap in Tokyo. Yeah, like last time I went to Tokyo. Wait, hold on. Brandon, can you turn the heat down? It's hot. Oh, you turn it off? Oh, okay, cool. My glasses are constantly falling on my face. I'm walking. Get some Gentle Monsters. They're literally made for Asians. Chinese streams are amazing. Your favorite CCP agent. Welcome back anytime. Aw. Xie xie, as they would say in Chengdu. They say the gay xie xie. In Beijing it's xie xie, but in Chengdu, since they're gay, they say xie xie. Central planning goes a long way when standard of life is a big focus. Yeah. Like there's this thing that this dude said online. He was just like, you know, the difference between China and America, obviously, since the US is hyper capitalist, is that it puts capital above all else and it doesn't get reinvested back in the people. So it's even if like they had their similarities, China took a lot of that money and put it back into like social programs and public housing. And then, you know, the US, it's just the corporos. Who's Brandon's CCP handler? Brandon's also Vietnamese. We need lychee in Dubai. I would never go to Dubai. But I am going on a family vacation to France, which I will be IRL streaming. Not the parts where I'm hanging out with my family, of course, but like in the evening. They have extremely wasteful project. Oh, I'm sure. Of course. French, yeah, sorry. You know what I realized, which is super funny? As a Viet person, I realized that this year, completely, or in this next couple months, completely unintentionally, I am going to like every country that like colonized Vietnam. Like I live in the US, I went to China, I went to Japan, and now I'm going to France. I'm like, am I doing the colonizer world tour at the moment? And totally unintentionally, but all within like a 3-month span. Been to Vietnam, I have, but not for a while. I'm gonna go again next year, as long as I'm not dirt poor. The reverse colony tour. I know. I'm touring instead of the colonizer touring the colonies, the colonized is touring the colonizers. Hello. Give me $1, please. You made a bag from China, you should be good. I mean, if I made a bag from China, that's like from growing my audience. Like, we obviously were not paid anything by China. Have a great stream. Thank you, EG. When I got back from Japan for the first time, it felt like getting out of a jacuzzi and getting to a moldy green untreated swimming pool. Yeah, so, okay. Also, I'm going to pull up the pics. Well, that's how it feels, too, in a lot of ways. Like, Japan, China, like... Okay, this is a little bit more about Japan. Like, it's so clean. It's so pretty and all that. But there are those downsides, and I was reminded that. So my last stream I did, like, 2-3 days ago was in Tokyo, right? I was walking around Shibuya. And everyone knows everyone began blackout in Shibuya. And literally, right as I said bye to you guys, like right as I ended the stream, this guy came up to me to harass me. Like, I think he was like waiting for me to end, because one thing I've noticed is that a lot of times I get bothered more off stream, like when I'm IRL streaming, than on. Because obviously, like, a lot of times if a dude's trying to like sexually harass a woman and he sees a camera, he might be a bit less likely to do it. Anyways, so second I end stream, this guy comes up to me and he's like, "Komo wa," which means like good evening in Japanese. And he's just like walking really close to me. He's like getting in my space. As I like walk to the side, he's like following me and sidestepping me. He's clearly like incredibly drunk. And I'm like, hold on, let me close my door so you can't hear my roommate talking.
No, Mr. Kitty. No more food for you. You're already fat.
Yeah, and he's like looking at me and like following me around the street, and he's like, "Oh, kawaii, kawaii," you know, all that shit. Anyways, there's like 2 cops right by us. So, I mean, not that I like trust police implicitly, but I'm like, okay, like, you know, they should be able to hopefully do something. So I go up to the cop and I'm like, excusez-moi, like, this fucker is following me after I was saying, like, no, ew, get away from me. And the cop just, like, not only does he do nothing, like, literally nothing, and just stares through me. Like, I had to walk, he was standing in a circle of, like, cones, like a very wide circle. And I had to walk into the cone circle to get his attention. And all he does is, like, be like, "You can't be in the cone circle. Like, get out of the cone circle." And I'm like, "Sir, I'm trying to tell you that this man is fucking like stalking me and like sexually harassing me, and he doesn't give a fuck." And that's what I mean. Like, there are some incredible benefits to countries like Japan, but then it's also like the pacifism and like the overlooking of things like that. Like, that is a time when, not saying America is great at that, because we're not, but like, I know in New York, like, someone on the street would be like, "Ma'am, do you want me to beat his ass for you?" You know? And that's what I needed in that moment. Misogyny is universal. It is, but it's worse in some places, is what I'm saying. So yeah. That was just like, ugh. Bruh. They don't lock up iPhones in the Apple Store. I do, but I would rather live in a society that steals than that touches women. It's not as bad. So like I said, there's benefits, ups and downs to each of them, but that is really where the main place that Japan lacks. That and their work-life balance. Misogyny is somehow worse in Japan. Oh, it's way worse in Japan than it is in the US. God. And then there's South Korean Nightmare Fuel. Yeah, it's very bad there too. That's why they have a woman-only section on the train. I know. But anyways, once I walked near the cop, the guy kind of just like bumbled off. They're like so drunk that there's kind of like this saying that like in Shibuya, like if you're a girl, like if you just walk really fast, you can usually avoid them. Cops are good for society. I don't care what you say, but you're looking at it in this incredibly like childish black and white thing. I never said they weren't good for society. Good cops are good for society, but bad cops that abuse their power or don't do their job are really bad for society. They are net negative for society. And the example that I just gave, a cop that ignores a woman getting sexually harassed because he doesn't care, is a net negative for society. And if you can't recognize that, you are brain dead. Just like that cop probably was. Having police is good, but our system doesn't produce good police. Exactly. And I feel like a lot of people don't understand that when you have like these like ACAB discussions, whatever, where they're like, oh, like you're just saying we should live in anarchy, a society without any cops, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I never said that. But like our system seems like the Japanese system do. They don't produce good cops. And having a useless person or a power-hungry person in a position of power, such as a cop, is very, very bad. Of course, ideally, we would like to produce good cops. You're complaining that one cop to all cops. I never said he was like all cops, but a lot of cops are like him. And that's obvious. And you know that. And you were the one who got triggered. Imagine you're such a little internet incel. You hear a woman talk about her sexual harassment getting ignored by a cop, and your first thing is to jump to the defense of cops. Mad corny. What can I say? A lot of cop lovers weird. It's just that one guy. I saw sweet comments on Billy. Oh, thanks, Billy. I made a Xiaohong shoe. You know, here. For anyone who here is from Billy. Or if you guys just have Xiaohong shoe. It's just like Chinese Instagram. So I guess I'm just going to like post my pictures on it. But follow me. I did my first post on Xiaohong shoe. I don't really know how to use it. But I feel like, why am I doing the boomer phone hold? My sister dating a cop, he didn't know what ACAB meant. That's interesting. Here, add me on Xiaohong Shu if you guys use it. Neon Chinese chatters. Bootlicking goes hard in America. It's what America runs off of, unfortunately. It's just billionaires getting upheld by uneducated people who are putting their cocks in their mouth, unfortunately. Quando W. I don't think every individual cop is bad, or that the notion of having police is bad. I just think that the current structure of American policing extends to oppression in all sorts of ways. Exactly, yeah. And I never said every cop was bad. That dude hears any commentary on a cop. My commentary and my criticism, that cop was incredibly valid. He was useless. Also, the other cop 20 feet away was also useless. He saw me too. And like, but they can't hear any criticism about a cop because their dicks are in their mouth. Hi, Justin. Like, you could say something like, I think people should have health care, and they'll go insane. Like, so do you want me to starve and die? I know. It's so weird. It's so weird. I could be like, yeah, I don't think people should be starving to death anywhere, but especially in a quote unquote first world country. And they're going to be like, well, we don't have enough money for people not to starve to death. Anyways, Elon Musk. Your hair looks so good. I need to get my look. You guys see this popping out? I need to get this fixed. But my hair lady, she's in Greece. 'Cause she's from Greece. And I can't get this. I have to keep bobby pinning down the part of my. Because like I'm such a fidgeter. I'm such a twitchy fucking person. And I can never sit still. So I always need to have something I fidget with. So my new fidget toy has been like the root of my extension. I'm like, all day, every day. I don't know if you guys noticed me like touching the shit out of it. And then I fucked it up. We're not good. Another 20 billion to Israel is the answer. Facts. I see it. Yes, I know it's here. I noticed that always touching your hair. Yeah, I just need something to always be touching. Like, and if I'm not, like I'm tapping my foot or I'm like flexing my arm. I have an issue with that. Hi, Justin. I'm assuming that's bad for it. Yeah, I mean it fucks it up. But okay. Let me open up my China story real quick and then we can look at some China pics. And then I have some other ones I haven't shown. Let me crop this. And thank you for the sub. Sorry once again that nothing is popping up. I don't know why, like all my alerts, all of my everything is broken. It's like every time I come, I don't know if anyone else feels with. Every time I come back to my PC after not using it for a while, like shit is always kind of fucked. China. Oh, I fucked up. Okay. I hate fucking the UI of Instagram desktop. 22 trillion on military since 9/11. Food and healthcare have been affordable many times over. Oh yeah, of course. They just don't want to make it affordable. Anyways, China trip. So we can just yap while we do this. And the U.S. actively throws away and lets food spoil. Yeah. Unfortunately. Was it warm in China? Beijing was cold-ish. I mean, I was wearing this, which is not that... I mean, everyone always was like, aren't you cold? Aren't your legs cold? You're wearing a skirt. I'm wearing thermal leggings. Every time you guys see me with, like, my legs this color, I'm wearing thermals. So, like, I'm not cold at all. Those leggings could survive the Arctic. But, like, Irene, she kept being like, oh, my God. Like, every day she'd be like, please put on a jacket. Are you cold? Are you cold? And I'm like, Irene, I get you're just trying to be, you know, concerned for all of us. But, like, you're not my mom. We're all adults. I'm a hoe. Let a bitch dress like it. Also, I live in, you know, the Northeast. Like, I'm not like these LA people. I'm fine. Like, I gave Christian my jacket before. Like, I'm fine. Where do you get the thermal leggings from? Amazon. Just Google fleece lined or thermal leggings. They're really cheap. They're like, they're life changing. Thank you, Rimble, for this sub. Hong Kong is hot. Oh yeah, Hong Kong was still hot. Thanks, of course. So we touched a cock. We drank some Mo Tai. Beijing was very pretty. Very, like, traditional looking. Mi Hassan China. I met him before. We're streamers vacation in China. We're not on a mission to convert. Hong Kong felt like the most chaotic place. I mean, I love that. I loved Hong Kong. I would totally go back to Hong Kong. Aw, thank you, Nodebot. Thank you, Uncle Dan, for the 5 gifted. Sorry, nothing's popping up on stream. I don't know why, but I do see it in chat. No, it doesn't get cold. No, dude, everyone in China, everyone in Asia in general. Okay, one thing about all Asian countries, especially China, and like you could see like a lot of people in the trip, they were definitely shook by this. Like, I know like it really annoyed like Austin and honestly everyone, but especially people not built for it. They're like, it's so hot everywhere. It's so hot because everywhere they put the heat on like 78 degrees. I knew it was going to be that way because, like, that's just how it is in Asian countries, unfortunately. But, like, yeah, it's 70 degrees in Shanghai, and the airport's running the heater at 75. So it's also, like, even if you bundle up to go outside, you're going to be fucking burning the second you get inside any building. And it's, like, crazy. Hi, New Brain. Hong Kong is sick. It's so sick. It reminds me of, like a hyper Asian New York. It's so grunge, so cool. I like have been dreaming about going to Hong Kong like my whole life. I've like had like 2 ex-boyfriends who were from Hong Kong, so they told me a lot about it, and it was just crazy to like. And also that was the first place my mom ever went on her immigration journey, so it was really cool to see. But we'll get there. But yeah, this is Beijing. Very beautiful. You know, very traditional. This is the park we're at. This is where I told you guys about the magnum penis squid. This is me and Stella being gay in the park. Frolicking in a Chinese way. All that. Hi, Sano. Why your ex never taking you to Hong Kong? Well, we were like in college, so we were poor. Or post-college, so we didn't have time. We're working/poor. So, you know. Does Hassan smell like money? I did not smell him. Shocker. I don't go around smelling people. I also actually am nose blind, so I wouldn't really be able to tell you that. I couldn't tell you what a single person on that trip smells like. I only know what my cats smell like. Sent tier list of everyone on the trip. I'm not gonna get into this. I'm not gonna get into this. No one smelled bad. I mean, we all wear fragrance. You know what I mean? So, you know. But yeah, for me personally, so I don't know what any of them smell like really. Because, like, I have a really bad sense of smell. So if I'm gonna smell someone, I need to, like, get up on them. And I was not getting up on any. I wasn't like, come here. Like, that's why, you know, like, I do this all the time. Like, oh my God, he smells like fresh linen. And he smells so good. Oh my God. But you don't be smelling people the way you smell your cats. I love smelling my cats. They smell so good, dude. They smell so good. Hi, Banner. Will Neff has a thing where he smells good. Yeah, Will bought this interesting fragrance when we were all shopping in Japan. He found this store, this brand. It was called like Tamburns because it was connected to the Gentle Monster we were in. And they had this one fragrance called like Newborn Puppy that apparently smelled like a puppy. I was smelling it. I don't know if I would agree. I don't like, I am a cat, but I don't know what puppies smell like. Humid Hong Kong get? Oh, yeah. For sure. I mean, Hong Kong is just like a slightly colder Vietnam. So I'm very familiar with the climate. Like Hong Kong is right across the water from Hanoi, which is where my family is from. Gentle Mother has cool ass glasses. Yes. I got a pair. This is my first pair. I bought my first ever luxury items ever on this trip to like treat myself for going on the trip. I've never like bought anything high-end before. It's still relatively cheaper high-end. Like I bought this and then I bought a Vivienne Westwood choker, but I bought it secondhand, like at like this secondhand thrift place or whatever. So not as bad. Also, it's just cheaper in Asia. Everything's cheaper in Asia. You're balling. I'm not balling, but I was like, this is a very monumental trip. Like, let me treat myself a little bit. It was way cheaper. It was way cheaper, yeah. Like the Vivienne choker is like $120, you know. Versus here, it's like 300 plus or more. Will Love Senso. Anytime I think about new cologne, I check his recommendations. Yeah, he was sniffing that shit. I heard they sell Vivienne Westwood and Don Quixote. They do. Will and Caroline were trying to buy because Caroline wanted, like, after I bought the choker, she really wanted it, but we just couldn't find the same one because, like I said, I found mine from the secondhand white glove place in Beijing. So we're looking in Don Quixote. Oh, this is me on the Huawei phone. This is Sally's Huawei phone. Like Sally, our Beijing tour guide. Bro. Also, why'd my light go out? Why does it do, like the quality is crazy. Like this is no, I guess it just like pre-edits you. I need to fix this. But like I did not do anything. Okay, hello? Turn on. I did not do anything to this. Okay, hold on. My light's being a bitch. Can you stop being such a bitch? Okay. Did your makeup? No, it just like smooths you out because Asia loves filters really hardcore. So I think it just like pre-filters you. But yeah, like this is straight off Sally's phone, like untouched. It also does like this crazy depth blur, which I don't know how I feel about. It looks good, but part of the reason I wanted a picture here was because like the fall leaves and all that. China phones in Asia seem to use filters by default. Yeah, and they way overdo it. Like I'm not opposed to a little bit of editing, especially if you're doing like a professional shoot. Like you're gonna get a bit edited, but the editing that they do in Asia, and I knew this because like I have a lot of fob friends, the editing that they do in Asia is crazy. Like it's just like assumed that you actually have a different face than what you're posting, and I'm like, bruh, that's too much. Seems like they have no problem with Photoshop or AI art. I did not talk to anyone about AI art, so I'm not really sure what the general Chinese consensus on that would be. You have a stylist? But, like, in my general life? No. To Trip and... Yeah, you had such good vibes to Trip and Slay in every fan. Aw, thank you. catfish filter by default. I know. Little group chattering. Where was Stella during this? Oh, is she making time? She's half Viet, half white Chinese. I'm not Chinese at all, bro. Well, I'm Chinese. I'm Chinese here. I'm Chinese here in my heart, where it matters after that trip. 大家好，我是李子. What's your favorite moment from China? There's just too much to choose. We'll get into that. Chinese dance right now are fake. Bro, what is a Chinese dance? We are all Chinese. We're all Chinese. And I'm also Latino. I'm everything. You caught me at a very Chinese time. Oh, and you're going to see us like, you know what's actually hilarious about all these photos? Is that I swear to God, like everyone China metamorphizes as the photos go on. Like you see people's, because they kept fucking shopping at Army Logic. Like you see everyone's outfits become more Chinese. Everything, like it just, we actually turn. Oh, this is Shanghai. This is the Bund, which is the walk. Isn't that insane? Dude, just like, bruh. Like, look, sorry about my lens flare. Look at the scale of this. Also very funny. I cut off the video here because Will was just on the balcony, like, just lost in his thoughts, emoing. And I was like, oh, I didn't even realize he was out there when I started taking the video. I was like, oh, let me cut that off. Island. They spam the fuck out of the Adidas clothes. Yeah, I went to buy more of the Chinese Adidas, but I feel like it was just hard to shop in China because like we're always streaming or like we don't like duck into a store for a second. That's why I did most of my shopping in Japan because I just didn't feel like I would have like time to like dig through the clothes way I wanted to, which is fine. Oh yeah, there's me and chattering around, you know. God, my hair is so black now. City skylines are great. It's one of the craziest skylines I've ever seen. Shanghai is very Western. Like you can definitely see the French architecture, the British architecture because it was like a port city. Also low-key kind of blown. So like this crazy ass tower here, which apparently is like one of the tallest buildings in the world. You can like pay to project shit on it. And while we were there, it was just projecting like JP Morgan, JP Morgan, JP Morgan. And I was like, Jamie Dimon, I'm trying to have a vacation. Like, can you not? You get the Huawei phone? No. Caroline's Adidas skirt was so sick. It was so sick. Next Fearin trip should be Vietnam. I think so. I think that'd be fire. But I think maybe they've gone to Asia twice. They should maybe mix it up. Missed a chance to project a giant Fearin logo. I know. If you went 1 week earlier, China would have been all League of Legends. Oh, damn. Wow. Oh, really missed out there. Hold on, let me let the cat out. Also, I'm gonna piss. I'll be back in a minute.
You wanna go out?
If I don't let him out, he'll piss on my bed. Go on, you little demon. Go on, you're all set. Anyone else's cat eat 86,000 times a day and then also act like you are starving them to death? It's insane. Was that Oliver or Big Boy? That was Oliver. So if you see, the cat that runs around more during stream will always be Oliver. Oliver is a very like tweaky cat. Big Boy is like, He's pretty sedentary once he gets comfy. Every cat ever. I know. And then, like, you know what's extra annoying? When you have, like, a friend over who knows nothing about cats, and you can tell they're well-intentioned, but they don't know shit. And they're just like, oh my God, like, your cat seems so hungry. Do you not feed him? And I'm like, bitch, if only you fucking, like, don't fucking test me right now. Oh my God. Anyways, I got a cantaloupe Pocky. I got these in Nippon. One thing I do, since there's like too many people to get souvenirs for, is I'll just buy a bunch of different like candy when I travel and just like leave it in a bowl at my house. And then when I have friends come over, I'm like, I thought of you on my travels. Please take a Pocky. Wow, it's so orange. I was that friend once. Now I understand. Now you get it, bro. You have to go to an internet cafe to get internet? No, I mean, if that was if that was how it was, we wouldn't have gone, right? Because we all need to stream. No, you just get a VPN and a SIM card. Okay, next. Oh, this is from BTS for my photo shoot in Shanghai that I posted yesterday. I'll show that later. It was a very hardcore experience. So me, Caroline, Stella, and March did that. It's called Wave Soda. This is me as a concubine. I was channeling my inner Apothecary Diaries because I just actually finished Apothecary Diaries season 1 yesterday because that's what I was watching on all the transit and all the plane rides and everything. It was super cool. Dude, it's an incredibly laborious process. Like this thing, it took us like 7 to 8 hours to do this. You know, like to do hair, do makeup, the posing. The light is so hot, but it was so worth it. I enjoy the China stuff. Yay! Are you still waiting on the photos? No, I posted them yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna post on a Red Note too. I thought it was 4 hours. It takes like 2 hours for hair. Oh, this cat was in the studio. Okay, this was insane. So, I went to a 24-hour Chinese mega spa in Shanghai. Okay. This is one thing I will say that China, without contest, clears any fucking country on. This was so cool. So they have these 24-hour spas. They're like $30 to go in. And they include a 90-minute massage. And they have everything. They have all these crazy-ass rooms, hot salt rooms, massage rooms. They have like all these hot salt and different baths that obviously I can't show because people are naked. They have bars, pool halls, fresh young coconut, restaurants, whatever the fuck this library is with a droid in it in the bottom, unlimited beverages. They had LAN cafes in it. They had people playing Super Mario Kart. They had 58 different types of beds you could nap on. It was like multiple stories. It was themed like outer space. It was just like I didn't even know what I was looking at any point. It was crazy. And you could stay there overnight. It was insane. It was so clean, so beautiful. $30. Yeah, it's $30. And if you can add on other treatments, like if you want to get like a pedicure or whatever, but the $30 entry came with a 90-minute massage. And you can get more shit on top of that if you want to. And it was a pretty good massage. The only funny part about it is like, and I got it at like 1 a.m. too. The massage lady, like she didn't speak any English. So she would talk to me through like this translator where she spoke into it. And then it would speak back in English. So, you know, most things she was saying were just like, oh, is the pressure fine? But then sometimes, like when she finished, instead of just like, she could have just been like this or whatever, but super loud. The translator's like, you are done. You can get off table now. And I'm like, oh, okay. In America, how'd they make it 800? I mean, to be fair, it would have to be more expensive in America because like the cost of living is more expensive. So everything has to be more expensive. But yeah, I mean, Americans would destroy this. Like they don't have the respect for shared space. Hi, Bloody. But yeah, honestly, like the thing about a lot of Asian countries, and China included, is like the plane ticket is where the cost will hit you the hardest. But there's a lot of super dope shit that you can do here that's super affordable. Or like, you know, when I went out to eat on stream with Christian, Stella, and Water, like our whole meal was like $9. You know, You just have to get to the country. You can very much like have a good time on a budget prior to that. If only I could get there, yeah. That China's more expensive now. I mean, it might be more expensive, but it's still like a lot cheaper than the States, right? My concern is knowing how things figure out. Everyone like is familiar with translator apps now. It's not that bad. Travel's overrated. America #1. Florida's the premium. Ah, yes. The Ritz-Carlton Boca Raton. That's me. This is Chinese dog we found. He's very cute. His name was Fei Fei, which apparently means fly fly. Oh, this is me at Yew Garden, which is where we biked to, where we almost died biking. But I had a great time biking, honestly. I thought that was really fun. It was such an adrenaline rush.
Oh, did you eat? You fat little animal?
He ate. Dogs were next level. Yeah, every dog in China had an outfit on. It had clothing on, and it was really tiny and cute. I was like, do they not have any mutts out here? Look at Sojo Spa. Okay, we'll check it out. You go on the coolest adventures. I want that. Yeah, I do love an adventure. China's expensive for buying a house. Well, but then also like a lot of people don't buy a house there, right? To my understanding, like a lot of people live in like, because they have like nice public housing to a degree, right? But yeah, if you want to buy a standalone house, that's super expensive. But a lot of people don't do that. Like that's not the ultimate aim, to my understanding. Is communism ... good? He's like, look at all these Chinese mega spas. Was it Will or Austin who almost died biking behind March? I don't know, because they were all behind me. Like, it was Hassan, Christian, me. I think Will was behind me. But we almost died as well, because Christian stalled out. And, like, I think it's just like driving a car. Like, the one thing you don't want to do, especially biking in Asia, is you don't want to stop. So when he stopped, I was like, no, go. Like, you cannot. And I was familiar with that. I was telling some of these people, I was like, when we get to China, there's going to be a lot of people on bikes, and the bikes might hit you. Because I'm familiar with Vietnam, which has infinitely more bikes than China. They have like 100 times more bikes. And then I even had this conversation with March. He was like, no, there's not going to be that many bikes. I love Japan. Japan doesn't have anyone on bikes. Blah, 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 blah. I want to be Japanese. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no, bro, I'm telling you, there's going to be a fuck ton of bikes. We get there. I'm like, he's like, God damn, that's a lot of bikes. I'm like, I told you. Asia loves bikes besides Japan. But like China and Southeast Asia, there's one thing that will always be consistent. 85 people driving bikes, and they will drive it on the sidewalk, and they will hit you. I've been hit by a motorcycle before. Not very hard, but like still. Because someone was driving a motorcycle on the sidewalk in Saigon. Japan bikes too. They don't do motorized bikes, really. Yeah. Average selling China makes it impossible to buy houses. I see. They should be used to it. No. Biking like a bike like that is not the same as like a bike. Like a vroom vroom, like a bike. Like Asian countries like the motorized ones. Those are a lot crazier. Oh, this is me with the white rabbit. For anyone who is Chinese or Via in chat, especially Chinese people, did you grow up eating white rabbit candy? This is like such a like famous part of so many people's childhood. I feel like I love these. So when I saw the giant white rabbit, I had to lobotomize with it. You know, that the pose that everyone was making fun of me. I always do that. Like every time I see myself in the mirror, I'm just like so unserious. Mopeds go hard in South. Yeah, they do. What is it? It's a candy. It's like a milk flavored candy. It's really good. I bet Mexico beats Asia in motorbike usage. Dude, no way. It might be China. It does not meet like Vietnam or Thailand or India. My mom stocked her house with it. White rabbit selfie is so hard. Thank you. This is my Xiaohongshu picture. Oh, this is us at INS Land. So I had heard about this club. We got a tour from the owner. So INS is a 7-story nightclub in Shanghai where every story is like a different, or every floor is like a different theme, a different story, all that. So it was really fun. Except that some dude tried to grab my ass, but I slapped him, so it was okay. I escaped. Maybe Thailand has more, for sure. And each room was interesting. Oh, this is me and Caroline Cart. This, okay, they had a tied up bondage twink in like a police uniform in front of one of the rooms. I don't know why. Was that room bondage twink themed? No, it wasn't. Like, there was a gay theme, which I'll show you a video of later, a gay floor, and he wasn't even on in front of the gay room. So I was like, what is happening here? Like, I'm sad that Stella missed this guy because she's so into like BL and shit. I know she would have been loving that. Do you get essayed everywhere you go? I get harassed a lot because I'm a woman. Not really a thing to laugh at, dude. Christian's face. Yeah, I know. Look, it's so crazy. And like, what is he doing? Like, why is he nodding off? It's insane. What was the point of that? Was it promo for Love in Deep Space? Yeah, I don't know. Deadass just got a Zootopia 2 ad. Nice. Nice. Were you a witness to this with Stella? Oh, no, I didn't go to the boy bar. I didn't care that much to go to the boy bar. I was tired. Yeah, lots of women get harassed every. Yeah, shocker. If you spoke to women, you would know that. Yes, we do get harassed a lot, unfortunately. My girlfriend tells me she hates doing anything without me because she gets constantly harassed. Yeah, especially you live in like a densely populated area or you're in densely populated areas. But it's okay. The guy didn't grab my ass. Also, I was like borderline blackout during that. So I'm honestly shocked that my reflexes still held true. Oh, this is one of the other rooms. It's very like Crazy Rich Asians core. Very pretty. Like, ooh. But yeah, overall it's a cool club. I would go again. I actually like the EDM floor more than the gay floor because the gay floor, like, I'll show you guys a video of the Chengdu Gay Club later that we went to after stream, but like it's not as gay as like gay American clubs are. Like their gay here is more for decor, and like some of like the dudes who were like at the gay club in Shanghai, I feel like they weren't even gay. They were just like paid to like stand there and look like cute twinks. And we all kind of had that consensus where it's like if you're working at a gay bar in the States, like you got your cock out half the time. I mean, I go to like all these New York gay bars. So I'm not telling them like show cock, but I'm like it's definitely a more demure gay. You know what I mean? Went to a bar alone one time, immediately got harassed. Yeah, it'd be like that, sadly. And this is Chongqing. We went to the drone show. Isn't this so they have a drone show every Friday or every Saturday for like 10-20 minutes. This is like a dandelion. Like, isn't that just insane? Like, what the fuck? What is happening? Like, they also had some Vietnamese on the drone. I was like, okay, I see that. Like ancient China gay. Yeah, it's like it's more closeted. Nothing will ever shock me at a bar after going to the Box in LES. Dude, I haven't even been to the Box. The Box is like this famous club in New York where like they just put on like some hypersexual show that involves like piss and scat and not scat necessarily, but like piss and nudity and all that. I don't know. I actually haven't even been because a lot of my friends who've been, they're like, oh, it's not even like all that. It's just like People just go because it's so edgy and crazy, and then you can say that you went to the box. You can be gay without taking on the whole Western gay person. You can, but like a lot of them like genuinely weren't gay. Like we talked to some of them and they're just like, ah, no, I just work here. I'm like, it's not fun. I've heard disgusting things about the box, and I don't even live in New York, so we've all heard about the box. You know, I didn't know that. Okay, who knew that back in the day or currently, the box is slang for your pussy? I didn't know that because so I used to live in a studio apartment in Seattle that was like it was almost like a perfect square. So I called it my box. So when I moved into that apartment, I told all my friends, I was like, hey guys, who wants to come over and see my box? Who wants to come see my box? Because like I meant that I was living in a box. Like my apartment was a box. And then they were all just like, they all thought it was so funny. And they're all like hee hee ha haing me. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, bitch, you want to show us your pussy? I mean, like, and I'm like, I mean, maybe, but why are you asking me that? I didn't know that. Is that a West Coast thing? Because I'm from the East Coast. I never heard that in all my years. Or is it like a male thing? I don't know. No, you did not. I did. And they all came over and they took a great look at my box. It's very cute. That was probably one of my favorite apartments I've ever had. I've heard of eating box before. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just never heard it. Bro, are you like Asian or white? You're not gonna believe the answer. It's so crazy. It's always for pussy. Only women have boxes. No, I mean, you guys have pussies though. You got a boy box. Who wants to whip out their boy box? Why is it called a box? I do not know. I do not know. Anyways, this is us in Chongqing. You know, looking kawaii. Those are our tour guides for Chongqing, Lulu and Cameron. They're very sweet. This cat looks like it's on meth. I just found a lot of cats, as you guys saw. I like how, like, it was very traditional, but then it also felt kind of weird that, like, these traditional areas had a lot of, like, modern stores in it. Like, I don't know if you guys are watching stream, we found in this shopping area that looks like this, we found, like, a Tim Hortons. The Chengdu Temple cat clears. Oh, I made a cat compilation. I'll show it to you guys after. Emperor's Eye of Han was gay and his lever was Dongxian. The idiom cut sleeve. He'd cut his sleeve to avoid waking a sleeping Dongxian. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm Canadian. Well, it was funny because Cameron, this guy, the white guy, he's Canadian. So we were just like, ah, yes. No matter where you go, you know, a Tim Hortons will always find you. Hi, Cold Star. New building made in old style. What I heard, some of them actually are old and refurbished. They just kind of inputted stores in them. Oh, there's me, Christian, Stella, for our little stream. Then we went to the biggest hot pot place in the world. 5,800 seats for hot pot, bro. It's a hot pot mountain. Like, look at this. Look at Austin struggling chopsticks, lol. That was sick. It was so cool. My only thing I would adjust is I don't know why we got all spicy broth, because the spice, and like I can eat spice, and I think most people in that group can eat spice, but like it was so, like, it was mala. So mala is the Sichuan peppercorn spice, and it means like mouth numbing, so your mouth literally starts to go numb. So after a while you don't even feel anything, and I wish I kind of had another broth to like balance that out. Does China have massive parking lots? No. And actually, one thing that we learned from this hot pot place that was really cool is there's these guys outside with bikes, like electric bikes. And what they're there for is if you drive to a place to go meet your friends and drink, you can get blackout drunk. And then these guys on bikes can fold up their bike, put it in your car, and then drive you and your car home. And they have like a whole group of guys outside of restaurants, like this hot pot restaurant, for example, to do that. So you can go get blackout with the boys. So you can go, you know, get some hot pot, get a beer, smoke a cig, taste the spirit of a nation, and get home safe. So it was a really good system. It was impressive. What's a miracle berry? Whole table shares everything. Yeah, I grew up eating family style a lot of the time at restaurants, so I like that too. Because then you can try more stuff. Like, why would you only want to eat one thing? Almost like there's no need for massive parking lots when there's so many other modes of transport. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the biggest parking lot I probably saw was for this Hot Pot place. But the Hot Pot place was also out of the way. It wasn't really in the city. It was on a mountain. It was literally carved into a mountain. It was crazy. The Tokenstone Road in Chongqing? I've not. We had that in LA. Oh, cool. Sour things taste sweet. Hong Kong Hot Pot has many choice for soup base. What is your guys' favorite hot pot soup base? Mine is tomato broth. Even though I love spicy, I love tomato broth. I just love anything sour and acidic. I love when I eat something, I go after because it's so sour. You go to Hong Kong? We did. We'll get there soon. Tomato is so good. It's so good. Oh, the bikers over here just sell me drugs. I guess you can't have both. We always have to make concessions in society, my friend. It's unfortunate. I've never had hot pot. You've never had hot... You guys have hot pot. I like Viet Pho, but that's not hot pot. Spicy tomato, if that was an option. Are you Hapa? I am. Interesting. It's from South Africa. Tomato and spicy. Yes. The best would be half spicy, half tomato. Did you eat dog meat? That's racist. No. You know, most Asian people, especially nowadays, do not eat dog meat. I don't know if you're just ignorant. Is your white part Italian? No. Oh, I've had hot pot twice. Both times I got pork bone broth. That's like the very hearty, healthy one. But yeah. What is Hapa? Hapa is a Hawaiian slang term that originally meant someone who is half Polynesian or half Native Hawaiian, half white. But now, as times have continued, it can also just mean someone who is Wasian. So it's either it's someone who's half white and half Asian or half Pacific Islander, because that's very common in Hawaii. Let me ban the dog, yeah. Did Austin do the Trump voice launch? He did, and it's like, I feel like the line between Austin and Trump is blurred, because he just would have this Trump-like twang sometimes. Like, and I know it wouldn't even be on purpose. He'd be like, yeah, we'd be talking about like the Ritz-Carlton versus the Edition, and he would be like, oh yeah, love a Ritz. And I'm just like, oh God. It's the same way that Caroline, like Jennifer Coolidge, will just like come out sometimes. And I'm like, you guys just have like these demons living inside of you. And like, it really, like, you can tell it truly is not on purpose a lot of the time. Like, it just filters through. Will I says Austin's gay Trump. Well, gay Trump is just Trump. Bubba. Papa's very common in Hawaii. I know. Both times I've been to Hawaii, I'm like, my people, my siblings. Like, I feel like I walk around, I'm like, dude, I've had people come up to me in Hawaii and ask me for directions like I was a local. I'm like, this is Wasia. Thank you, Admiral Panda, for the sub. The most big, beautiful Bill. I hate to think about how Bill Clinton was packing. We were actually talking about that on the plane from Shanghai to Chongqing. And I was like, we know that Bill is packing. Unfortunately, I don't like Bill Clinton, but he probably is. I know Obama was too. Need to work on your pigeon. It's okay, I'm not Hawaiian. Austin got me hooked on Quando Quando. You gotta spell it like Caroline's last name. You gotta spell it Quan with a K. Hi, Vinny. The cadence is so ubiquitous. I catch myself saying things in the Trump cadence. It's also like every man has like a Trump voice. Like Ethan Nestor, when we were in Japan, his Trump voice was so good. And you know what he kept saying when he was doing the Trump voice? He was like, I called him Bubba. He called me Monica. Like, that shit sent me. I keep saying that in my head all over again. Thank you, Czar, for the sub. Once again, sorry that alerts are not popping up on stream, but I do see them in chat. I do see the subs and stuff. If anyone donos, that wouldn't show that to me, so tell me. We need another Ronald Reagan. Oh God, please. Billy Chat was so cute. They kept asking what was the Guangdong song when they kept hearing Kwando. Oh, wait. They're calling Kwando Guangdong. That's so cute. I'm tired of the Trump impersonations. Unfortunately, we can't really escape them. My partner's a Marjorie Taylor Greene voice. Oh my God. Do you guys like do role play together? Like freaky Republican role play? Like you're Trump. She's Marjorie. And Marjorie's like, Trump, release the files. Like, it will be all okay. And he's like, I'm going to get you fired. There's dumb voice too much already. Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, when people do Trump impressions, I find them very funny. But when I hear actual Trump speak, I want to stick a gun down my fucking throat. You know? Which I feel like is the normal human reaction. Only 3 more years of Trump impersonations. Oh, unless he tries to, you know, run again. Or maybe he'll make Vance run. Valid reaction, thank you. Oh, yeah, this is my China post. So now we're in Chengdu. This is my Chengdu hat. Here, I'll put on my panda hat. Wait. My panda hat. Yay. Been 11 months. It feels like a decade. Oh, it feels like an eternity. A lot of cool fruits. This was like mangosteen. I don't know what this eggplant was. I ate rabbit head. And it was not bad, honestly. But the rabbit leg was fire. Like the rabbit, like I didn't really like beer, but rabbit, I could taste spicy rabbit leg and beer. That'd be good. Fascist panda. It really does look like a Sig Heil. Like, why is he holding his little paw like that? Do you like durian? I like durian ice cream. The fruit itself is aight. No way the arms move. Aw, thank you, Czar. Hi, Lyrical. What's the food that surprised you the most and did not expect was super good? I'm trying to think. Nothing was that surprising because, like, I don't know. I've had a lot of Chinese food and I'm, you know, from a neighboring culture. So I wouldn't say anything surprised me that it was like, maybe honestly the rabbit. I didn't expect the rabbit to be bad, but I really fucked with that spicy rabbit leg that we had in Chengdu. Chengdu is known for eating rabbit. There's like this saying Penny was saying in Chengdu, like, no rabbit is safe in Chengdu. Like, goddamn. That shit went hard. It went very hard. Very spicy. Though, I will say, I mean, slather some Sichuan spice on something and most things will go hard. Did anyone that try stinky tofu? We tried moldy tofu in Chengdu, actually. The during taste was fine, but it did have a little bit of a rank aftertaste. I did not love it, TBH. Was the Chinese food better than Chinatown food, like New York Chinatown? Some of it was better, and some of the New York Chinatown food is like so authentic. It honestly like was very similar. That's our little plaque. Oh my god, the temple cat. I'll show you guys the temple cat in a second. Pandas, very cute. Any Christmas market? I mean, they don't celebrate Christmas as hard as they do, you know, in America. It's more of just like a party holiday. Dude, the red pandas were so cute. Like, they're like cats. Was potato corner that good? It was pretty good. It wasn't like life-changing, but it was some of the better fries I've had in my life. I'm team red panda. I love the red pandas. They're so cute. Look at these lazy ass fuckers. See, this is why you can tell why they don't be having sex. Like, look how slow they move. This is why they don't breed. Also, just seeing them in the trees was insane. I was like, how is such a fat lump? Like, how does it stay in the tree? It's crazy. I hope you have fun China. So jealousy saw panda. Oh, hi, Mel. The pandas were very cute. But the red panda is solo. This is our hotel in Chengdu. Very pretty. So this is Hong Kong. Hong Kong just has like an insane urban expanse. Like, look at it. It's just like crazy, dude. Pandas are red pandas. They're just cute as derpiest. They're so high up. Watching them climb the trees is wild. The trees look like they should be snapping. Well, there were some times when, like, they would snap a little bit and the pandas would fall a little bit. And I was like, oh, oh. And apparently sometimes they fall and they, like, straight up break bones and shit. I'm like, how often is this happening? So pandas are not actually bears. No, they're bears. They're just fat bears that don't be fucking. And you know what? If all I did all day was sleep and eat, I probably wouldn't be fucking either. No, you would. That wouldn't make you horny. You're just eepy. You guys missed out on Xi'an. Cool city with a lot of history, terracotta warriors. I know. I actually was like, I thought Xi'an would be super cool. But we hit so many cities in such a short period of time. And I think ideally, like, the move would have been actually to hit a few less cities and stayed longer. Because it is, like, as absolutely awesome as everything was, it is a bit stressful to move cities every 2 to 3 days. You don't really get to, like, get with the flow of anything. You know what I mean? Shenzhen's better. I didn't get to go to Shenzhen. Only Will and March went to Shenzhen, and they just went for tailoring. But they told me that they ate, like, they went with Irene, right? And they ate duck leg and duck head or whatever, or, like, out of, like, this duck lunchbox they bought, and it just gives you a glove. And they're just sitting on the side of the street, like, eating all the different body parts of the duck. And Irene was like, yeah, you guys are really Chinese now. Like, you're really authentic now. Like, this is what real Chinese people do. Just, like, fucking destroying some duck on the side of the road. Shenzhen greater than Hong Kong. Can't unpack and explore. It's kind of meh. It's where I stay out late. Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, even though I was, like, dead because we woke up so early, sometimes I would take, like, a midday hour nap, and I would make a point to try and go out and explore at night, which, like, was definitely the move with Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is a night city, for sure. It's, like, a grungy... If Chongqing is, like, the futuristic cyberpunk, Hong Kong is the grunge New York cyberpunk. Also, let me get water real quick. I've just been refilling this bottle because I've been lazy. Is Chongqing very foggy? It's so foggy. It's so... Because it's on the mountain. You only look good at nighttime? Well, damn. What are you trying to say, CJ? No, I know that wasn't directed directly toward me. If those guys ever go to Vietnam, they'll spend weeks in Hoi An getting custom tailoring. Yeah, I got custom tailoring in Hoi An too. It was cool overall. What's your favorite history segment? Like the bunkers, the Forgotten City, cultural stuff. There's a lot of cool history segments. I thought some of them were a tad long-winded and everything. If I had to choose, I don't know, maybe the Forbidden City. But yeah, Hong Kong, a lot of urban expanse. There's me and Stella at Dim Sum, Kyart. Dude, there's so many cats. Cats everywhere. This cat is licking me in the fish market. It's licking my leg. There's me in Hong Kong. Forbidden City was sick. It was sick because, like I said, especially I'm watching Apothecary Diaries right now. So to see, like, the inside of those temples was so cool. What did you miss most about the US while you're in China? My cats. Honestly, besides that, I was having a great time. I've been on a couple, like, pretty long-winded trips in my life, so. Oh, no, okay. So I miss my cats, and I miss being able to doom scroll in peace. Because when you have a SIM card and a VPN working, and maybe it's just because of the VPN, but every hotel had really bad internet. So, like, you know when you get home from, like, a long day running around with people, and all you want to do is get clean and sit in your bed and disassociate and look at your phone, you know, as we all do, right? It's so human. And then, like, every other reel has to load. I wanted to die. That's such first world problems. But you know what I mean. You can't decompress. Of every city you've ever been, which cats has the best vibes? Oh, I don't know. China might win, honestly. Tokyo has some good cats, for sure. But I would say there's more street cats in China. Maybe Chengdu? I did make a Xiaohong shoe, yes. I posted in my Discord in announcements. It's me with a giant ass beer. It's so big. Holy shit. This is the longest escalator in the world, which, you know, it's not an escalator. It's like a moving airport sidewalk. So I don't know if that counts, but I'm counting it. Surprise you the most about China? I wasn't like gobsmacked or shocked by anything, to be honest, because I think I'm like a pretty worldly person already, like, but okay, I don't know if this is shock, but the toilet situation. I knew it was going to be like this, but the fucking toilet situation. Okay, so a lot of the toilets in China are just holes in the ground. And that's not because they're underdeveloped. That's because they like the whole toilet. So there would be a lot of places where they'd have both. They'd have like the regular toilet that we're used to and the hole in the ground toilet. But maybe what I'm just shocked about is like how the fuck do people, and like I've used a squatty potty many of times, right? Like it's not unheard of or anything, but I just, me and Stella were talking about this, like how do you, because when the hole in the ground toilet, it has piss all around it, so when you stand on it to piss on top, because I did have to use it a few times, you step in piss. So I'm just like, is that, I don't know. And then I talked to Sally about it, our Beijing tour guide. She was like, oh, we don't like the American toilets as much because we don't want our ass to like touch the seat. And I'm like, oh, but our ass doesn't touch the seat. You squat over it or you put down a bunch of paper. Like, I hope no one's ass is raw dogging a public toilet. That'd be crazy. But yeah, it was just interesting to me to see, like, because maybe I had this idea in my head, because this is how it is in Vietnam, that like the more quote unquote modern places will have sitting toilets. The holes are only for like the older buildings that aren't developed. But in China, they just prefer the holes. Like I went to like super, futuristic, high tech, like EDM clubs, and they only have holes to piss in, which is fine. I'm not shitting on them for it. But I think that just surprised me, because maybe I was just Ameri-brained in that way. And in my brain, I thought like once you get to a certain point, you get the sitting toilet. But no, like they'll build a spaceship with the whole toilet in it. Like they just prefer the whole toilet. The men's restroom, we don't do shit. We raw dog public toilets. That's bad enough. Well, men's, it doesn't matter that much because you guys just piss on everything. And thank you for the sub, Tornado. Not wear your shoes inside. Yeah, and you shouldn't wear your shoes inside no matter what. But yeah, that was one thing we were always struggling with, like me, Caroline, Stella. Because once again, for the guys, it doesn't matter. They can piss in anything. But we'd always ask like whatever tour guide. We'd be like, please, can you find us the Western toilet? Please. And then we'd all be like holding our piss for so long. It was hard. Do you like Hong Kong as much as mainland? I did. And Beijing was kind of difficult to get around. You need your passport. Ask the toilet god. Well, Austin did have some great toilet reviews. I would always, before I'd go in a bathroom, I'd be like, Austin, is it serviceable? And he'd be like, the bathrooms at the Panda place were fantastic. Shoes inside, just bring durance. That's one thing that's super gross about Americans. Shoes inside, especially if you live in a place like I do. Like I live in New York City, it is not clean here. If someone tried to walk into my home with their shoes, I'd have to shoot them. Like, which would also be very American of a thing to do. Oh my God, Emmett, that's crazy. Which place had the fanciest? Fancy is what? Yeah, Big Buddha next time as well. Oh yeah, in Hong Kong. Yeah, we didn't have that much time. honestly. I would have loved to stay in Hong Kong longer, honestly, afterwards. Oh, everything was Zootopia, bro. So much Zootopia. For Zootopia 2 coming out, I was having such a fun time memeing it. Lag spike? Is it lagging for anyone else? How was your food? Food was good. That's me. That's me at Zootopia Central Station. Ah ha ha ha. Would you go back to China? Most definitely. I would love to go back. I want to go back mostly, I think, to Shanghai and maybe like Chengdu or something like that. When I go to New York City, I need to disinfect the shower when I go back inside. Damn. Okay, maybe I'm more used to it than that. That's the Monster Building. So this is this super famous building in Hong Kong. That you guys know Kowloon Walled City. It doesn't exist anymore, but Hong Kong is kind of known for these buildings where they fit like tiny apartments all in here, and it's like the inside is like a labyrinth. So it's very famous. It was in that Mondo Grosso video. Mix of East and West. Does Hong Kong have Western toilets? Yeah, Hong Kong does. Because Hong Kong was colonized by the British. A tragic event happened in Hong Kong after I know, yeah, the fires. A picture from inside. We didn't go inside, but you can look it up inside. Like, people who live in this building, they literally need like a map to get around to like their friends' apartments and everything. It's absolutely insane. How does Hong Kong compare to China proper? It definitely feels more Western. It feels way more international. Like everywhere you go, there's like Mexican food restaurants and Italian food. You see that in China proper as well, but not to the same degree. You see like way more international people. It's hotter. It's quite hot for sure. And you definitely see the British influence quite a bit in Hong Kong and you hear it too. Like the streets are like Prince Edward Street and like stuff like that. Your outfits are fire, so I had to follow. Oh, thank you. This type of thing would trigger all sorts of phobias in me. Yeah, well, I heard, though, that, like, some people are saying some of the units on the inside are actually very nice. But, like, the building itself is on the older side, which is sometimes what you see in Asia. Like, sometimes you'll see these buildings in a lot of different Asian countries, and you think they're, like, old and, like, dilapidated, but then you go inside, and, like, a lot of the units are, like, completely redone. They all speak English. No, not all of them. The younger people, sure, but a lot of the older people still don't. And the wealth disparity inequality is also much more obvious in Hong Kong compared to mainland. Oh, for sure, yeah. Like, Hong Kong has, like, no middle class. It's like you're either very stacked or suffering. Just near the station. This is us. We went, when Austin and Hassan went to go play basketball, the girlies went to go shopping. We went to, like, a little thrift mall. It was very cool, very interesting. Your outfits were so cute, iconic. Thank you, thank you. You know, I usually like to think I'm slinging fits most of the time. I try to sling fits. And like I said, with like that group, with the Fair End group, that's a group where it's rare that actually most men know how to dress in that group. So, you know, you definitely have to be slinging fits. You can't have a man sling a fit on top of you. Hong Kong's so prosperous. Not for all the poor people living there who, you know, live in like 100 square feet and have no prospects. Not prosperous for them. Who's the tall guy? That's Christian. It was wild to see the attire go from generally athleisure normiecore to like full suit and tie in Hong Kong. Yeah, like I said, you literally saw everyone become more Chinese. Like everyone had like the Chinese buttons on their shirt, all that. You know, I love this dress I'm wearing. This is one of my favorite dresses. This is a Japanese brand. That's also why I loved the hotter countries too, or the hotter cities, because everyone was like, oh, like you're slinging fits. I'm like, yes, because hoes don't get cold. Most of my fits are more geared toward warmer weather. I need that. Hi, Ghost Flops. Like the people in City now, y'all. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I used to dress like shit. Austin too. You and Christian vibe. Damn. You're seriously the best dressed. When I travel, I never bring a fit. Aw, thank you. You should, dude. There is no greater feeling, let me tell you, like being in a new city in a foreign country, slinging a fit and just like taking a stroll around and just absorbing like the vibe, the new culture, getting some food and just feeling like a bad bitch while you do it. Like it eats. It's such a good time. I wish guy fashion was as dynamic. I feel like peak of men's fashion only reaches the floor of fits you're rocking. Aw. Yeah, I think in Asia, men's fashion is more dynamic because Asia is further along than the West in like this idea that like men cannot care about their appearance and like men, because you know, in some people in the West, they still have this sentiment like, oh, it's gay to care about hygiene, to care about fashion as a man. Like, that's a feminine thing. And now finally we realize, like, it's not. Like, why would everyone not want to look good and look stylish? So Asia is definitely, like, further along. So if you are a guy looking for clothes, check out, there's a lot of Asian brands online, even for men. You should check that out. Thank you, Jose, for the sub. See a lot of Chinese men in tube tops? That is so specific, bro. No? No, I didn't. Hi, Elia. American menswear's ass. Everything is like gray, navy blue, brown, tan. I know. It's so uninteresting. It sucks for you guys. They have learned. Indeed, they have learned. Thank you, Platinum Paint, for the prime. I want me some Army Logic. You know, I never even set foot in that goddamn Army Logic. I walked past it. It's because when we were at the place with the Army Logic, this mall, it was called the Shanghai Youth Energy Center. Interesting name. And I wasn't interested in the Army Logic because they had an El Sol. For any of the girlies in chat, check out El Sol. It's like the Vietnamese baddie brand. A lot of K-pop idols wear. I didn't buy anything because it's really expensive. It's like $200 per top, and I'm not paying that. But I was looking and I was drooling while they were at Army Logic. And then I walked away in poor. And I was like, okay, well, not buying that. To import Asian clothing too this year? Oh, because the tariffs, yeah. Good day to be someone dressed like cartoon character. Dude, I think that's fire. Like, some people in, like, especially in, like, Hong Kong or Tokyo, they look like straight stand users. Like, you know that meme? It's like, I never could guess who the stand user is, right? I think that's so dope. Like, you know, we exist to express ourselves. Like, I don't want to look boring all the time. El Sol, no, it's L-S-O-L-U, I mean, L-E, I think. Hi, Kikuya. The moment American guy tries to have sex, he gets prefer a male label, yeah. Hi, Tessa. Aw. Fun energy did not kill myself. And that is the goal. Hi, Moist Oreos. You're home? I am home. I am. Oh, this is Mongkok Street, where I went to go take my Chi Pao pictures. So iconic, Hong Kong looking. Me and my Chi Pao. Actually, I didn't have something to tie up my hair, so I used an eyeliner brush to tie up my hair. And I feel like I ate with that low key. Like, crazy. Like, how did I do that? Damn, good for me. So, do you like Lolita culture in Japan? Nope. Okay, is this, now we're in Japan. Family Chicky, the family chicken. I'll show you guys the pictures later. I don't know if you guys are as interested in Japan, but yeah, this is Gentle Monster Store. Omu rice, look how sexy it is. Look at it. It's so sexy. If you guys haven't been to Japan, you need to go to Japan solely to try Japanese eggs before you die. Their food regulation standards are way higher. And because of that, all their eggs are so delicious. You can eat them completely raw. Insane. Do you feel any culture shock going from China to Japan? So this is my third time in Japan. So even though it still felt whimsical, culture shock. So I would say one difference between the people in China versus Japan is, so in China is like most of mainland Asia, where like, for example, people are not as spatially aware. they'll like, especially the grandmas, like you think like a 4'8" woman cannot be strong, they can be strong. They'll shove you the fuck out of the way. And this is not a dig at China. It just is how it is. And then Japan is like this hyper polite, overly image conscious, like everyone keeps to themselves, much more type society. So going, and then China, you know, and China is more social than Japan, sure. Like someone on the street is way more likely to come talk to you, like interact with you when you're tourist, just say like, oh, hi, what's up? All that. So yeah, it did feel kind of interesting going from one to the other. Chinese people are actually nice. A lot of Japanese people I found are fake nice. I mean, that's for any quiet society, you know. But yeah. And there's perks to both. Like, right? Like in Japan, you're like, oh, it's nice that I'm not as likely to get pushed. But then like it is in China, you're like, oh, it's nice that like I can have like these sweet and silly interactions with strangers, and that's really fun. Not that you can't have that in Japan, it just not is gonna be nearly as frequent. They're nice until they get hammered drunk. LOL. Did you become Chinese or become Japanese? I became Latina, according to chat. Can't be silly in America. What do you mean? Bro, come to New York. The silliest motherfuckers are in New York. Like, that's all I catch up. It makes sense. It makes sense when you try it. This is me shopping, you know. I feel like this fit, you know, the sporty preppy. I feel like I kind of ate with this, you know. Got the glasses. I'll never leave Florida. Boca Raton, Ritz-Carlton. I keep saying that because when this one time, this wasn't on stream, but like we get back to the Hong Kong hotel, which was the Hong Kong Ritz-Carlton, and Christian's just like, love a Ritz. And I'm just like, oh God, here we go. And then he's like, because he's from Florida, he's like, have you ever been to the Ritz Boca? The Ritz Boca Raton? And I'm like, I have not. I have not. So then it's been like one of my new vocal stems now. I've just been walking around like, love a Ritz Boca. Why do slightly tan ladies get called Latina? I am Latina. We race switched in China. I think America and China are more similar, that people are more extrovert. Yeah, in that way, they're definitely more similar. Christian sounds exactly like Austin. No, Austin sounds more Trump-coded. You know what I mean? Wasian is out, Latina is in. Then why was everyone trying to be Wasian in China if Wasian is out? Let me tell you that. We're all Latino at the end of the day. Well, you guys know what the worldwide Latina belt is? Okay, I'll show it after we look through all the pictures. It pretty much just is like this map that someone made, this belt that goes across the world that shows like all the other countries that get considered honorary Latina. And Vietnam is one of them. Also, look at the box for Gentle Monsters. Is this not such like a cool, like this like diamond cut box? Very cool. Global Latina belt definitely includes wage. Oh, 100. Sake bar we went to. God, look at that egg. Oh my. Is this not like pornographic to you guys? Also, my camera work is so bad here, dude. Filipinos are honorary Latinos. Oh, they 100% are. Oh, I'll show you guys the full post of this in a second, but or let me just show it now. I think these pictures, I fear I may have ate, you know. Do you guys fear you may have eaten ever? Because I think those kind of ate. So the issue with them was that we I don't know how I get back to my Instagram. Our tailoring was not done right. So you guys know how we did the cheap house stream and everything? Type of food that gets you banned for being X-rated. I know, right? But like me and Caroline, we wanted our cheap house obviously like tight. You know what I mean? Like tight. And we told the tailors like make it like skin tight, you know, like make it sexy. And I thought we got our message through and we did it through the translator, but they still didn't do it that way, which is very unfortunate. and they did it the way that the classic Cheapao is done. So I actually had to pin mine to take pictures. Songs Strangers by Seven Lions. This is just a general EDM playlist going. But let me show you guys. Boop. Let me crop. But, you know, I was adamant. I was like, I need to get pictures in this Cheapao while I'm still in Asia. Like, no background, even if I go to the US Chinatown, like, no background will compare. And I fear I may have eaten. Like, I think this is one of my favorite pictures of myself that I've ever had. It's just like so cyberpunky, and I love that I actually designed the Cheapao. How do you stream? I stream 5 days a week. So, yes. Yeah, wearing your dress is 3 sizes too big. So they weren't so there's a traditional Cheapao way. And the traditional way is that, like, even though it's tailored, it's not bodycon snatch form-fitting body tee, whatever, right? So they just, like, I guess either there's a miscommunication or they didn't listen to us or whatever. And they, even though we said we wanted them snatched, they just did them the traditional way. So I had to pin the shit out of mine in the back. And I'm actually holding it like this with my hand is what you can't see. Hi, Whiskey. Thank you for the sub. Which I'm not used to because y'all, you know, if you guys know what an áo dài is, which is like Vietnamese traditional wear, we by default get our shit snatched. Like by default, the áo dài is snatched. So I'm used to wearing traditional clothes that are super snatched. You ate, I fear, thank you. I'm not even trying to gas myself up like this. I just feel like these turned out so good. Like, and look, this one with the Hong Kong cabs in the back was so good. Latina girl in a Chinese dress slay. áo dài is a much better fit. Well, it's okay, because, you know, I'll just retailer it when I come back. Tailoring houses usually craft their house style, even if you give them a lot of instruction. I see. I think there's just a miscommunication. Like, we used one of our tour guides to translate, but I guess, I don't know. I mean, I would like to believe they didn't just disregard our wishes. But yeah, I crafted this, like, from nothing. If you guys watched the Cheapao stream while the boys were getting their suits done, I was like, I want this color, I want this pattern, I want these panels. So I was actually very worried on how it turned out because I didn't, like, really pull mine off the rack. I almost, like, built a dress from nothing because I was, like, being so particular. But I think it turned out really cool. It turned out so pretty. Thank you. I was so nervous. I was like, oh my God. I swear to God, if it looks like super chopped, I'm going to be so sad. Do you stream through Bilibili? No, only Hassan is allowed to stream through Bilibili, technically. I would love to Bilibili stream. The Bilibili chatters were cracking me up every time I interact with them. They're so funny. Ugh. Okay, back to the pics. Whoops. But yeah, those are cute. Okay, so here, let me show you guys. So this is what my dress looked in the back. Look at this. Also, so mad that I didn't have this fully tailored because my ass fat. So, like, it was capturing that. But, like, look at the amount of clips and pins in the back. And even this was not, like, enough that I still had to hold it in the back most of the time. Bilibili made me realize I need to talk in poetry. No, Bilibili is so poetic. Like, they're not just going to be like, Austin goes to the bathroom a lot. They're going to be like, the toilet fairy always finds his way back to his hole in Chengdu. And I'm like, gosh, it's like a fucking haiku or something like that. So many clips you could be an office supply closet. And this is because the hotel would only give me this many. I would have done more. But yeah. See, just a little vibe, you know, vibing out. See, and then someone edited the clips out for me, which, like, I probably could have done with AI. I was just too lazy, but, like, this is what it would have looked like if it was edited out fire. Someone is lit tonight. Yeah, lit on that Saratoga. Hee hee hee. But yeah, some guy on Twitter, just like after I posted on Twitter, he just sent it back to me. But I don't know. I love these photos. I'm going to show these to my children. So now we're in Japan. Honestly, besides that, you know, I think the funniest thing that happened was like the Zootopia thing. You know, this is me. So as you see, I then acclimated to Japan. So then I went on in Kawaii Max. Good night, Omegi. That Ashton Hall guy gets pretty lit on that Toga water. This is not... I've just been refilling a plastic bottle of Saratoga that I got from the airplane because there's no clean cups in my apartment right now. Weijin wearing a hanbok. I've worn hanbok before. I did like a hanbok modeling thing for one of my Korean friends when she was like organizing like this Korean culture parade when I was in college and all that. I must channel my inner Chinese. The colors of that dress remind me of the blue sky, the windswept days of spring fail to shine with such vibrance. Exactly. Exactly. Tokyo in the fall, the Momiji, the fall leaves are so pretty. Okay, this... Who here saw my Zootopia reel? I had the Zootopia reel, right? Of me, Stella, and Christian that, like, popped off, and it's just so ridiculous. Let me... we need it. The context is needed for what I'm about to show you guys. At least you own a hanbok. I do not own a hanbok. Zootopia 3. They're making a Zootopia 3? What the fuck? Okay, look. Just listen to this. Oh.
So pretty much Nick Fox knocks up
so
Judy
loud.
Hopps. And then she's like, Nick, I want to get an abortion. I want to focus on my career. He's like, Judy, how could you do
So you guys know the Zootopia abortion comic, right?
that to our family, whatever. So she breaks up with him. Later on, she gets into a lesbian relationship. Anyways, she focuses on her career. She becomes president. And then as she's on a motorcade, she gets JFK sniped.
What is wrong with this fanfic? What do you mean it's a good fanfic? It's not.
The what? I hate that I know this lore. See, a lot of people know this lore. Have you seen it yet? I haven't seen it yet. I haven't. But yeah, so pretty much there's this Zootopia fanfic that I read to my chat before, and I saw that there was Zootopia themed things in this contact lens store. So I explained to them the Zootopia fanfic. Anyways, this reel popped off. It's not even fanfic, it's canon. Oh my god, we have a Zootopia truther here. We have read this, yes, we read it on stream. And because of that, you know, Zootopia things, because Zootopia 2 was coming out, it just kept finding me everywhere I went. So when we were in Japan, I found this. You know, I found Nick Fox. What's your username in Rednote? It's in... I'll post it again later, but it's in my announcements in my Discord page. Do people goon to this? You know, apparently people did goon to it, but I don't feel like it's goon worthy. Anyway, so we found Nick Fox. And then, like, Will and March really wanted to win him for me, even though I did not want him. Like...
What he did. You know what he did.
So...
Get out of this, Mark. Wait, why
And then they beat him. Like...
Get out of this, Mark. Wait, why are you guys punching? Get out of this, Mark.
It was so wrong. It was so wrong. The whole thing was so wrong. I didn't even want him, but okay, and also like we couldn't win them and there was a whole crowd forming and they waited till the crowd left and they pulled him out of the vending machine. Like he was already in the hole but like we couldn't get the claw to push him right over the edge, so they pulled him out. Is that even allowed?
Oh God.
Look at him.
I don't even know if I wanted him. Oh God.
I love how I hate how like his
You know
eyes
what
are
he
so
did.
sly.
You know what he did.
Anyways, afterwards, Will gave him to this little Chinese girl that we just found. And I don't think she wanted him either. Like, he went up to the parents and he was like, oh, do you guys want like this? And they're like, oh, sure. Like, so they're trying to like motion for their daughter to take it. She's like 4 or something. And she was just like, and then finally her parents were trying to make her be polite. So she took it and like her face, she was not like, oh my God, a plushie. Like this, she was like, like she was scowling at it. And I'm like, girl, that's so understandable. Caroline just doesn't know about the meme and no one's explained to her. I know. She's like, why are you beating him?
Shit out of this mark. Wait, why are you guys punching?
Like, she was so confused about it. And then I don't think we ever explained it to her after either. Like, they just beat the shit out of it. We gave it away to a little girl and we just moved on with our night. You know that like the Japanese people are too. They were probably like, what are these baka gaijin doing on the side of the street beating up a fucking plushie? Maybe you should have supported your partner, Nick. We wouldn't have to do this. Yeah, maybe Nick should believe in a woman's right to choose. This is what happens to you
Shit out of this mark. Wait,
when
why
you
are
don't believe in a woman's right to choose. Also, I fucked up the grammar on that. I'm sorry. I was drunk when I texted that. Do you get good snacks? Yeah. I got a lot of flavored Kit Kats. You get your shit rocked. You get your shit rocked. Unfortunately. What else happened? Oh yeah, we got like very yummy experimental omakase. Honestly, that was the gist of it, picture-wise. Oh, Caroline and I found this sign that says Baltimore because we were both born in Baltimore and we have this serendipitous lore in which, in a different timeline, her dad could have aborted me. Did you guys hear the abortion lore? We talked about it briefly. 600 people. Yes, W. Anti-choice chatters take notes. Okay, I posted a reel about this, but people were talking about this. So I talked about this on stream during the Cheap House stream. So for those of you who weren't there, this is very crazy serendipitous lore. But so Caroline and I were both born in Baltimore, funnily enough, even though she didn't grow up in Maryland. I grew up in Maryland. Oh my God. It doesn't show on stream. Thank you, Uncle Dan, for the $100. Thank you. Kasahamida. Thank you, W. So her dad was an OBGYN, right? At the time. And he was an OBGYN at the time that I was being born, right? In Baltimore. And peel it back, right? My mom is pregnant with me and she's thinking about aborting me because she's in a bad marriage, She's a lot older. She's in her mid 40s, right? And the doctors at Johns Hopkins Hospital are like, you should probably nuke this kid. Like, there can be so many problems with a child born to like a mom this age. So my mom is like very heavily considering aborting me, which is totally fair in her situation. And she like, to my knowledge, I think she like scheduled an appointment, all that. And these are the Johns Hopkins doctors that told her to do that. But then, for whatever reason, she's just like, you know what? I'm going to ride it out. I'm going to chance it. But had she gone into Johns Hopkins to get an abortion, Caroline's dad was an OBGYN there. So, in theory, her father could have aborted me. Isn't that cool? Like, wow. Friendship lore. That's so crazy. There's nothing wrong with you. That's not true. But thank you. Glad they did. It's just like such a funny connection. I talked to Frogan about, she's like invisible red string theorem. Like, hell yeah, girl. Certainly a non-0% chance. Yeah, like, I mean, how many OBGYNs at Johns Hopkins Hospital were there? Like, there were probably a handful, but her dad was one of them. So, shout out Mr. Kwan. He could have obliterated my existence and everything. W Mexican mom. Sounds like great mother-daughter discussions. We're very candid. What is wrong with you? Well, for starters, I know the entire Zootopia abortion comic. I can also name every country on a blank map. Because I love maps. Every time I Justin to beat it again. LOL. Is your dad old too when they conceive you? Yeah, he's even older than my mom. He's 8 years older than my mom. And no, I don't have heart problems, but there could be a thing. Play GeoGuessr. I could maybe play today. If not, I'll definitely play it sometime this week. I always run a weekly GeoGuessr. I start with like a Yap and finish with a GeoGuessr. Billy's reaction, Chatter's reaction to Zootopia. So really, what were they saying? I wish I could like. I loved when I was doing that stream in Chongqing, and there's so many Billy chatters in chat, and we had Water with us, so she could just translate everything. And I think since she was translating everything, like that made them a lot more likely to talk. So like a third of the chat was in Chinese. It was so cool. She got a little tism grazed by it for sure, lol. Knowing geography is a good skill, thank you. I saw the record, Zootopia broke. I haven't seen it yet. Michael J. Fox is in it though, and he rocks. Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside about the Zootopia abortion fanfic, like, I think we can all agree the first movie was, like, a good animated movie, and I'm not even, like, that into kids' movies. That's Dr. Kwan to you. Shout out Dr. Kwan. But, yeah, crazy lore. Here's some late-night sushi. And then that's my last pick before leaving Japan, and then I can show you guys how my photo shoot photos turned out. I think only me and March have posted ours. So, yeah, I don't think Caroline or Stella posted theirs yet. Thank you, Dawn Harbinger, for the prime. Hi, Happy Fun Pancake. Okay, I think these turned out pretty fire. Let me show you the orange. So, this was the header picture I chose. You know, I wanted to do like a Hanfu shoot or like a traditional like Chinese clothing shoot because I was like, oh, it's so cool we're in China. You know, when in China, become Chinese. Might as well, right? But I think since I got that done, next time I go, I'll go for like an alternate concept, kind of like how March and Stella did alternate concepts. But yeah, so many good pictures to choose from. These took so long and it was so hot, dude. It was like 8,000 degrees. I like how you're not over yassified. Oh, yeah. I told them, I like begged them. I was like, please do not over edit. Please don't really do anything. And they tried to make me sheet white. Sheet fucking white. I will show you guys after. Like, it's crazy. Thank you for the gifted sub to Ela, JP. What was your favorite part of China trip? I don't know. Chengdu, maybe? The Wuxi or Xiangxia one. Hello. Hunter Schafer in Korea. Yes. Oh my God. Caroline showed me that. They made Hunter Schafer so white. Wait, let me show you guys. When she went to Korea, like the Korean tabloids, and like, not saying this is a bad way, but Hunter Schafer's already very white. Like, how do you make one of the whitest people whiter? Like, they white max the shit out of her. Look at this. They love the pale thing in Asia. Oh, like, this is illegal. Bro. What is this? She looks ghastly. And like, not saying she normally does. It's insane. White out, very white. Panda Sixes are beautiful. I know, we all know that, but it's just still ridiculous to see. Or like when you stream on Bilibili, they like, there's like an auto filter. Like, look at her compared to like me. I mean, I'm naturally tanner than her, but like still, like, I saw that on Twitter. Like, why were you doing my girl like this? Like this one, she's like, she's like a lamp. It's so crazy. Yeah, and this is like what she actually looked like, which is like, she's still like a fair-skinned woman. Also, like, damn, did she always have that much titty? I'm like, I'm no better than a man. My apologies. It's borderline to a war crime. Dude, I'll show you after what they did, how white they tried to make me. I told them in person, you know, through the translator, don't make me so white. And then I had to have multiple conversations with them on WeChat, asking them not to make me so white. And then I had to get Irene to talk to them on WeChat for me. Because every time they'd send back a new demo picture, they'd be like, oh, is this fine? And I would still be like, the color of this. And I'm like, Anyways, can we get a level 2 hype train so I can kill my landlord? No. In-game jokes. Remember that joke? They max out the cooltones, removing warmth. I know, and it makes you look like gray. Irene was super cute. She was so cute. My friend is Chinese. She can never go back because she went to an anti-CCP convention for Chinese Americans. Now she's on a list because someone reported. That's crazy. That's crazy. Here's me with a full fit, you know, head concubining, as one does. The hair took so long. They like attached like multiple hair pieces to me, everything, all that. I'll show you guys what the makeup looks like. I have pictures of like me, March, and Stella's makeup, not in the lighting. It definitely is like a 4-camera makeup look for sure. I watch C-dramas. In the past 10 years, the character has gone so much more white, really. Damn. Yeah, I mean, if you guys, I think most of you guys know this, but if you don't know, like, yeah, like the reason why whiteness is considered beautiful in Asia is because if you have white skin, that means you're wealthier, you live in the house, you don't go outside and like work the fields and stuff. So it's like pale skin is akin to wealth and status. They're not like trying to look like white people. That's why they make white people even paler, you know? Colorism, yep, unfortunately. The close-up, all that. Do you have photos sitting in the makeup chair? I do. I'll show you guys some of them. But here, it looks good. You know, because this is what I wanted. Like a golden, like glowy thing. Especially because this photo shoot was like pink and gold. Like it's supposed to be warm tone. Like they tried to make me look like I was dead in the coffin. Like, insane. These go so hard. Thank you, friends. I mean, like, I genuinely thought, like, when I was getting the pictures being taken, I was like, I might pass out. The lights are so hot. But it was all worth it in the end. And, like, it was super funny. The photographer, he was very fruity. And he, like, we couldn't communicate at all, right? Because he only spoke Chinese. So he would have to motion everything he would do. So every time he wanted me to do a pose, he would have to do it with me. So like if the pose was like laying with your legs out all sensual, he would be like, Mei Mei, which is like pretty girl or something. Like that's what he'd call me. And he'd be like, and just do it himself. And I was like, is this king fruity? Or is he just really into his job? You know? And I'm like, I don't know. But then there was a bunch of different photographers. It was like an assembly line, like multiple of them happening in one room at one time. But then March got the same photographer. And he was like, no, dude, he was gay as fuck. Because like when we weren't doing the photos, the guy was like not interacting with me that much. But March was like, no, he came up to me, bro. He unbuttoned multiple of the buttons on my shirt. He put a cig in my mouth. I was like, he unbuttoned your shirt? He's like, multiple times. And I'm like, oh. Oh. I see. Well, yeah, because I was like, it wasn't good to me. And I could tell, like, when he looked at me, like, we weren't taking pictures, like, he was just like, whatever. Like, he seemed uninterested, but apparently he was more entertained by March. So, yeah, I think he was Chengdu coded. I binge watched clips of you guys in China recently, so drop a follow. Oh, thanks, Alkai. Gay recognizes gauge. So Mandarin, serve cunt. No, literally, that's what it was. Where he'd be like, me. I'd be like, he's just too good at this. Like, he's simply too good at this to, like, you know, not be Chengdu. I'll show you guys. I took some videos of the Chengdu club that we went to after stream. The butterfly. I'll show you guys if you're curious afterwards. The photographer felt March's Asian aura. Yeah, he just like, because the three of us, me, Caroline, Stella, we went to dinner after at like this place just next door. It was taking a lot longer. And then he just walks in. He was like, that man stuck 3 cigarettes in my mouth and undressed me. And we were like, wow. Interesting. They smoke in China, Japan. They smoke in all of like Eastern Asia, unfortunately. Like people just chain smoke cigs. I'm not even kidding you. When I got picked up at the airport, The guy who took me to the hotel, he spoke really good English. He had actually been to New York recently, W. And we were talking, and he was like, I was like, oh, it's pretty cold out. He's like, yeah, it's chilly. You want a cig? Like, they just sling them like that. And that's in every Asian country I've been to. Imagine he's the most masculine guy, just really into the job. Maybe. Pokey got really good pics in China as well. Yeah, we all use the same studio. It's called Wave Soda in Shanghai. If you guys are trying to get some fire pics done, they've so many different options. I would very much recommend looking into them. Though you would have to book really far in advance. I think we were only able to do this because like we got like, you know, we like talk to some people, or the translators talk to some people. We were not going to be able to do this in advance. So if you're coming to China, look at Wave Soda like 3 months in advance. Cold out plus cig does hit different. I can't blame them. Which Asian country smokes most? Vietnam or Japan? So I've been to China, Korea, Vietnam, and Japan. I'd say Vietnam or Japan. I remember when I was in Vietnam last, we were like hanging out with my uncle. In Vietnam, it's a little more gendered though. It's a little like girls will smoke, but it's a little more male geared. And every single time we saw my uncle, he would immediately just walk up to my older brother and offer him a cig. And this was significant because we would have seen him 10 minutes ago. Like he would smoke a cig with my brother, go get something from his car, come back in and be like, hey, do you want another cig? It was just endless. Japan, they smoke a lot in restaurants and establishments. Only now are they starting to separate it. It used to be like you could see like people fucking smoking cigs and like there's like a mom and a baby. Korean girls are vape maxing. They do vape in China, but a lot of their vapes don't have nicotine. Someone gifted Will a Chinese vape. It's called a Joy Bar, Joi. So we were all hitting it the rest of the trip. And I think what they do is since there's little to no nicotine in their vapes, they make up for that in the fact that they make it super menthol-y. So it just feels like you stuck Vicks up your nose. When Caroline hit it for the first time, she almost like we were on the boat. She almost fell off the boat because it was just such an incredible rush. Did you hit it? Yeah, I hit it, you know, to feel the spirit of the nation. And it was very minty. You know, I don't want to say, okay. I'm not even a vapor. I only vape if I'm drunk. I have no interest in vaping unless I'm like very drunk or bored. But American vapes on top. That is one thing that America gets China. I'm sorry, China. American vapes on top for sure. Menthols are super popular among overseas Chinese students. It's like, it gives you a head rush, but from the menthol instead of the nicotine, which I don't know if I love. Are you a commie? Like, maybe I'm being racist, but are most people in Vietnam commies? Yeah, I think you're being kind of racist. Next question. Hassan is the same, but with the Zin. Yeah, he was hitting them Zins. We have Black already. Found out you through Will's stream. You brought such a great vibe. Aw, thank you. At first sight, Austin is the straightest guy in the group to me. I thought Will is with Christian. I know, it's funny because it's like, I was saying this when I was streaming in Tokyo. It's like, Will is like a gay acting straight man. Austin is like a straight acting gay man. March is a metrosexual twink. Hassan is like, he's not as metrosexual maybe, but like he's not as straight as Austin because he dresses well. And then Christian's just like an actual twink. So it's just like, even though there's only 2 actual gay men, it feels like they're almost all kind of gay. Thoughts on Mamdani meeting with Trump, bro? Me, I thought that was AI. It like that shook me so hard just opening my phone and seeing that first thing in the morning. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because at the end of the day, like Trump has no actual values and he just respects people who other people like and who he thinks are like cool and like winners. And that is Zoran. And I feel bad for my boy Zoran. He was suffering through that. He somehow seduced Trump. Well, like I said, Trump has no actual principles. He just cares about, you know, his ego and he cares about greed. But he definitely respects people who
also just command respect or who are seen like as winners, and obviously that is wrong. You know, he likes people that are who have like social riz, who are like charismatic. Mom Donnie was doing what he needed to do for New York City. Exactly. I know. There were some people, you know, speaking of like the woker, you know, how that was the joke on the trip, like, oh my God, I'm the woker. That was so funny, by the way. The wokers are the people that were saying like, so Ron should have never met with Trump. Like, he's not saying he's endorsing Trump or Trump's endorsing him. He's like doing what he needs to do, hopefully, to run New York well. And unfortunately, in politics, that you might have to meet with some unpleasant people. Has the weight of proving a point on his shoulders. He cannot fail. The woker was peak. The woker was so peak. Dude, the woker was so funny. So now every time someone's like too woke, everyone's just like, oh my God, these wokers. Trump also fears people who can message a big audience. Indeed. I feel like if you smile not a lot, Trump will end up loving you. People were saying that if he met Luigi, he would pardon him because Luigi has so much like social riz as well. Yes, no more Trump threats about not funding the Hudson River Tunnel. Men's spectrum of gayness is vast. Homophobes that are in the closet can be super gay, and men that are secure in their sexuality can also be super gay. I know. I think the consensus, in the end, what the truth is that men are really gay. Point blank, period. And the gayest men are the men that don't say that they're gay. Amen to that, right? We can all agree. Why are you brushing my hair? Why are you breathing air? Why do you brush your teeth? Why do you do anything? Because I wanted to, bro. What kind of question is that? No men is gay. Oh, we found the gay one. The gay was spotted. Oop. Okay, I have some... Okay, guys, look at this. Look at this. So, this is how white... And this is not even the whitest. But this is how white they wanted to make me in... Let me recrop it. From the photo shoot. Y'all are about to be shook. Look! Look at this. This is a demo photo they sent me. They're like, is this good enough? Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even. It's insane. Like, thank you for the biddies. Dandruff. And like I said, this is not even the whitest. This was like, there was whiter versions that I just like did not even save than this. And I was like, no, please. Please, can you just send me the raw photos or just like return my skin tone to normal? With stuff in your hair, gold flakes. The vibrant version is so much better. The vibrant version is so much better. Like this, it fits the theme better. I look like a corpse here, you know? The sepia filter, I know. Okay, I'm gonna go piss again. But see, and everyone was telling me, all my friends, they're like, thank God you told them to unwhite you, like... My little demon's asking for more food. My God. Hello, chair, we meet again. They do. This lighting has the ethereal vibe. Yeah, but it just doesn't look like healthy. Like I look, I look so washed out. And I'm like, the other lighting is also obviously, as you guys can see, much closer to my actual skin tone. Isn't extremely white makeup a traditionally? Yeah, but I don't, I think also like the point of these photo shoots is like, we're DIYing, right? Like you can do what you want with it. It's not supposed to be like wholly traditional, like back in the Han Dynasty, the Ming Dynasty, they weren't wearing like manga false eyelashes like I was either, or, pink colored contacts, but it's for the vibe. How was your trip? Great. We're going over it. Have you tried to model professionally? I got scouted when I was a teenager a couple times, but it's just really not my thing. It's interesting how beauty. We back. Yeah, it was back before it was gone. Sorry, my bad. I don't know why it did that. I literally just saw that my Ethernet disconnected and went to Wi-Fi. I don't know why. My internet, like, just kind of is shoddy on my PC sometimes. I think, like, New York in general has a lot of internet problems because, like, our grids are just, like, too full. Like, shit's always cutting. I was close to being listed as the most interesting object in my high school yearbook since I'm very pale skinned. Wait, what? You're so pale that people thought it was interesting? Okay, I have no idea. We love you're serving White Walker realness, as I say. But okay, I have a few more silly. Sorry, that's loud as shit. Let me show you guys the gay club. It was just like a lot of men. So this is the Chengdu Gay Club that we went to after stream. Which capture should I show? Hi, JCam. Fios giving me issues recently last year. I know, dude. I'm like, Verizon is supposed to be the best service provider there is. Like, what the fuck am I paying all this shmoney for? Like, for me to have like, I swear to God, every PC stream, I have like one cutout. It's better than other places. I see, is it? See, it's just a bunch of, Chinese twinks. And us. The whole time. And it's a lot of K-pop. But this was crazy that this was on like a Wednesday night or a Tuesday night that we went after stream. Look at this, just like piles of twinks. Absolute piles. And also a table was like $80. It was so affordable. It was crazy. It's like, how would you do that? So I went to a muscle bar. Did you go too? No, I didn't go. I was like tired, honestly. But yeah, here, I'll just show you guys some other interesting tidbits I didn't post. So Hong Kong had a lot of shark fin, actually, which is illegal in a lot of places. And I don't know if we were supposed to be taking pictures of it. But when we went to that fish market, so many places had shark fin. No amount of gay clubs was enough for Austin. Honestly, dude, Austin just has to live in New York. Like, New York just has, like, the prime gay clubs. To my knowledge, like, more than WeHo, more than anywhere else. The Asian gay clubs, it's like, people are not as, they're not going to be as open. They're not going to be as crazy as they are in the U.S. Why is it golden? Because it's dried. But yeah, apparently Hong Kong partakes in a lot of the illegal shark fin trade. So then Caroline and I were taking pictures of it, and this lady was like, stop taking pictures. I was like, oh. A lot of shark fin in mainland China is just made of vermicelli. Well, I definitely think from what I see, this shark fin looked quite real for sure. Honestly, the whole crew would be so much happier in New York than LA. I always lament. I'm like, why is New York not a streaming hub? I guess just because it's so expensive. But like New York is so good for IRL content. It is so good to run around. Like, because like, you know, I'm definitely gonna have to move to LA at some point. I'm like, can the streaming industry just move here so I don't have to move? You know? Because Hassan doesn't work in New York. New York is far better for politics than LA is. Because, you know, all the political shit is on this side of the country. But no, alas. This is me looking lobotomized in Hong Kong. You know, my classic lobotomized stare. As always. Austin has a lot of streamers, though. They're their own ecosystem. Oh, you guys want to see me? Look, this is me being a cuck. I was just taking selfies while they were kissing next to me. I thought it was fun. W cuck. Cuck core, you know. Third Willing Heart. Okay, I mean, Marge, Stella, and Christian were there. But they just weren't. They were all on the other side of the table. And I was on the cuck side of the table. So, you know, it's like me watching my parents make out or something. This is so good. I know. Because everyone kept joking, like, how much I do my lobotomized stare. And I really do. Like, I do that for every selfie. Like, I do it every time, like, I run into a mirror or whatever. So then I was like, let me do it with more funny backgrounds. So when they started like kissing over the necklace thing, I was like, I see an opportunity here for a funny picture. Should have gone one in action. I mean, is this not in action? What is this video? Yeah. I'm trying to find more interesting Oh, do you guys remember the Beijing dating market? Will and Caroline are so powerful. They have 3 cucks. Dude, they have so many cucks. They just collect cucks all the time. When the lights are on, but no one's home. Yep, that's the lobotomized stare. Because I got the lobotomized stare from one of my friends who kind of did that face in college. And my boyfriend at the time, he described it as her looking lost and slutty. And all the lost and slutty photos, they turned out so good. So then, you know, college me, I was like, you know, let me try that tactic. Because I was trying to learn how to get like flattering photos of myself. Let me co-opt that. And then that turned into, you know, what is now my signature, my lobotomized stare. But yeah, Beijing dating market. Do you guys remember that? Look, I ended up doing a fucking ad for the Beijing dating market. So like, you guys remember on one of the first days, we were supposed to go to this place where older people would like auction off their kids. Like their kids weren't with them, but like auction off their adult children for dating. And they would have like profiles on them like, oh, they're this height, they're this career. So then I just like moved away from the group, and all these old people, they started coming up to me and talking to me. So we just started speaking through translation and everything. And they were just like talking to me and complimenting me. And then one of the dudes was like, can you take pictures with the Beijing Natives dating group sign? So I just ended up doing a free Beijing Natives dating group ad, which is like mad funny. Cause I'm like, you know, I'm a Baka Gaijin, bro. Like, I don't think anyone is going to see this ad and be like, yeah, this bitch is going to be here. But regardless, it was funny. Let me tell you. You are not, I know. Beijing native dating group. A white Vietnamese girl from America holding it like, ooh, something doesn't align here, but that's okay. We can spam Winnie the Pooh emojis again. Apparently Winnie the Pooh's chill there, and that's like just a falsehood we were told here in the US because there were Winnie the Pooh plushies around. Baka Gaijin. Now you can put Beijing Natives dating group advertisement model on your resume. I know. But, you know, I think I kind of ate with that. You know, I hope I got them some business. That's all I can hope, because they were very sweet. Oh yeah, here's some behind the scenes from the photo shoot. So you see, like, the makeup is very white, and that's fine for the photos. Bakagaichi in Chinese is Bendan Lao Wai. Bendan Lao Wai. What does baka mean? Baka means, like, stupid in Japanese. It's like a meme. When you're, like, impersonating weebs, you're like, what a baka. The dating situation in China is bad, though. I heard they're rejecting girl ads now in the Chengdu dating market because they only want men. Well, I thought also with the Chinese dating situation, they also have a lot more men than they have women, right? So women are a scarcity. So is it good to go and date there as a woman because you would have more option pick? Is 6'7" a thing in China? I didn't see it as being a thing. Yeah, see, it's still cute, but like you can see there's quite a difference between the color of my neck and the color of my face, for sure. Why do they have more men? The one child policy. Is that Stella? It is. So Stella did like this whole like dark like birthday shoot where she was like stabbing like a bloody cake with a knife. Hi, Angry Pandas. Competition doesn't breed innovation like that, does it not? See, yeah, we're all white maxing. Why didn't you visit the Great Wall? It was really far away from everything else that we were doing. How was your trip? Oh, hi, Belinda. It was great. It was very fun. We're just going over pictures. Also, this picture's so fucking funny. I wish Caroline was in this too. Because the difference in aesthetics is insane. Like, we got one bitch covered in blood. I'm a concubine. I don't even know what he is. He's just like an emo twink or whatever. It's like, what are all these people doing in a photo together? Ugh. 1010 would bind those feet. Oh my god. Caroline and I were talking about that. She was like, yeah, I found like this pair of shoes in like my grandma's house that were tiny, tiny, tiny way back in the day because of that. I'm like, that's crazy. Somehow I thought you had the same thing. No. So like when you go to like these photo shoot places, there's like a huge catalog and you can pick from a bunch of different stuff. And so they have like stuff for girls, stuff for guys, stuff for friends. They have maternity, they have couples. All that. Love your photos from China. Thank you. How long did it take? Like an hour. Extensions, hairpiece. That's why because my hair is like not black. My hair is like dark brown. So that's why you can see that very like ever so slight color difference between my hair and like the hairpiece. Always dropping hilarious shit like Magnum Penis Squid. Oh, hi, Texas. He's a 1930s emo twink secret political operative. My god, what a description. I have seen the feed after use, yeah. I just saw someone said he was giving lesbian, which I can see. Oh, here's me before INS, which is the club in Shanghai. You know, slaying, all that, though my hair was not curled. Where'd you see the penis squid? The Magnum Penis Squid? I talked about it on Will's stream. You guys want to hear about the Magnum Penis Squid again? I'll show you after I'm done showing all my pickies. Saying she had to run from room to access translator. Yeah, she did do that a little bit. We had a translator, but I think he was a bit confused. You slay so hard. Aw, thank you. Hi, Mikey. How are you doing? What other pics do I have in this random pile? I think that's most of it. Oh my god, do you guys see the ear cleaning segment? That's like, so we went to like this Chinese play opera, and then while it's happening and after, like during the play, you can just get your ears cleaned there or get like a massage. I thought that was so interesting. So is Stella like getting her ears cleaned? And like there's just like Chinese opera going on in the background, and then you're just simultaneously getting your ears cleaned. Thanks for the combo biddies, Mikey. I've seen Jenny do this. Well, I was a little worried about doing this, so one of the reasons I didn't do it is because like I have like So do you guys know the earwax science? So a lot of Eastern Asian people have dry earwax, which is why cleaning like this is easier to do because their earwax is not wet, it's just like flakes. And then most other people have like the classic wet earwax, which most of you guys do. I have both, which makes sense. But I was like, if you don't have fully dry earwax, will they know what to do with your earwax? Because like they're only used to fully dry earwax, like flakes. You have both. Yeah, bro, I got Asian earwax. What do you... Selena actually asked me that. My friend called me. She was like, as a Asian person, I need to know what kind of earwax you have. And I'm like, interesting. I didn't know you could have both, one in each ear. No, it's just like there's like some flakes and so it's like gross to think about. But you know what I mean. But yeah. As a South Indian, my earwax almost looks like dried blood. Interesting. It might be dry blood, bro. Your ears could be bleeding. But yeah. So very cool. Asian culture is really into ear cleaning. Like there's a lot of like ASMR ear cleaning videos. They'll like go into your ear with like a camera and everything and like make an ASMR video out of it. All that. I also have both Monka, my brother. I know it's connected to odor and sweat. Yeah, because a lot of Asian people have like less BO, little to no BO, and less sweat, which is why it's super hard to find deodorant in Asia. I was telling that to everybody. And then when we were in Don Quixote in Japan, which is like the Japanese mega store, I was like, dude, look around. There's millions of beauty products here. Did not see one thing of deodorant. Literally, they had everything. They had like, do you have a pimple on your left pussy lip? We have a product for that. But they didn't have deodorant. So specific. There's those old ass metal ear picking things that my Asian mom used to have. Yeah, it kind of hurts. Those hurt. I mean, the ear canal is very specific, or very, sensitive. Specifically, the left lip. That's the more serious lip, you know. At least they have cologne. Oh, of course. Yeah, like people are into scents. Which an Asian country smells the most? I've only been to 4 and none of them smelled, honestly. Some of them smell like cigarettes. But I didn't think anyone, even in Vietnam where it's very hot, like, I didn't really think anyone smelled like BO. That's only an East Asia thing, because other Asians use deodorant, like, comically a lot. Well, it depends where in Asia, yeah. I'm mixed race too, and I have an armpit that stinks and the other doesn't. That's so crazy. You know what I have that I think is like a, so you guys see like these like fat bags under my eyes? So it's called like, in Korean, it's called aegyeosal, and a lot of Asian people have this because we have more fat in our faces, which is why we look younger for longer. And you see like in Asian makeup, it is a trend to accentuate it, but the bag is still there. I have pretty much only have a bag on this eye, but then on this eye, I almost fully have to draw it in. It's another case of 1 in 1. It's very funny. You made the news. Apparently, you're one of Hassan's CCP agents. I know. I'm a Chinese honeypot. Despite being Vietnamese from America. Caught. I know. Oh no, I'm a Chinese spy. me as a Chinese spy. Lychee saying like Elf from Death Note. Yeah, I'm a ball sitter. You guys will always see this, like, for those who are new to the community, especially as stream goes on, like, I will slowly just, like, crumple and revert into a ball. One flat butt cheek. No, I didn't get the Asian mom ass, thank God. Got my father's ass, probably. That sounds so horrible. Red Panda is going caught as a self-defense mechanism living rent-free in my brain. Oh, I have a picture of Christian doing it too. LOL. Oh, and this is me and Etio. This is our Billy girl. She was the one like facilitating all the Billy streams. And that's how I realized Billy immediately puts a filter on you. Like there's not even an option to not have a filter. Return to fetus position. Yeah, it's like as you get like more tired throughout the night and everything, you know, you want to go back to the womb. We all want to go back to whence we came, where it was warm. You know, I imagine myself in the womb, warm, cozy. my mom drinking a bunch of green juice and eating a bunch of protein. The sound of my parents yelling at each other is great. Classic Ethan Klein disinformation propaganda. Oh my god, this was the cat. You guys remember the cat I pulled up with? This is her. Her name, I asked the people her name. Her name means like open-hearted. Is her name Itio or Ito? She helped a bunch of the Billy stream. Yeah, that was her job, is the Billy person. I think it's Itio. I think it's the first one with the U first. I don't remember. The video Caroline got a Will and Hassan hugging for you about the pandas made me feel so warm. I know, it was cute. Now let me show you guys the video of me pulling up with the temple cat. Like, I really cooked with that. I'll show you the video of when I found the cat, too. It's so funny. I just was, like, on a little journey. Okay. So.
Hell yeah.
Look what I found. Isn't it so cute? She's so fat.
She's good. She's fat and good. She's chill.
She's so fat.
You just strolled up to
Cats love me. She's a Chinese cat. I called her name in
Oh,
Chinese.
she's so chill.
Just how she
she's
was.
fat.
She was
It's just a
so
stray cat.
warm
No,
and
it's
round.
fat. It's fat.
Oh, temple cat.
They be feeding this thing. I can feel it.
Yeah, like this was not a stray cat. This cat was eaten.
Guai guai. Oh, such a guai guai.
She was singing.
Oh, really?
You said the good one.
Oh, I miss my baby. I know, me too. I miss my cat so much.
And look, well, I made a cat compilation. This is all the cats I found in China.
Cats and all these Chinese cats love everything.
Go ahead, get in there. Cat whisperer.
Oh, there's a stray cat.
Oh my god, I'm gonna touch them. Oh my god.
Why do I say it like that?
Oh yes, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Really does find the cat.
Hell yeah.
Your fat nugget head.
You really like love, huh?
You do. You're good. You're good.
You are delicious.
He's so delicious.
Oh my god, are you getting how fat he is?
Fantastic animal.
That black cat had a lot of dandruff.
I know, me too. I miss my cat so much.
Like, I kind of cooked by finding 8,000 cats. That's why, like, China had so many cats. And I often judge a country by how many cats they have running around. I've been to Cat Island, Japan. No, but my plan is to go there, slather my body in catnip, and then just, like, lay down. Cats do love you. They do. I respect fellow cat whisperers so much. Cats are great vibe checkers. If you don't pass the average cat's vibe check, I don't trust you. No, for real. Like, if a cat really does not fuck with someone, I do not trust them at all. I'm pretty sure that's somebody's kink. What, the Cat Island thing? God, I hope not, dude. But yeah, those, they were all just so lovely. There was a lot, though, that, like, still didn't let me pet them just because, like, you know, they were strays. But overall, it was a pretty good time. What other pics do I have to show you guys? Oh, another cute cat. Look. This is the one that we found during stream that just sat on Stella's lap at the restaurant. I'm allergic. I love cats and cats love me. Dude, that's fine. Just stick your face in the cats until you until you develop an immunity. It will happen eventually. Where do you get your cats? I'm gonna get to in the future. Mine are from a parking lot in Baltimore, as one does. Also, here's me and Christian being Chinese with the panda hats. You know, this almost looks like a straight couple in this photo. If sometimes his smile with the sunglasses is a little straight. You know what I mean? Stick your face in the box, stick your face in the box. If you squint. Yeah, like if you didn't know and you were just like, this is a straight couple, I feel like it could have been passable. I don't see it. You're like, I smell the homosexuality through the screen. Ugh. Because some of my gay friends, you know, I'm like a biblical twink handler. I have so many gays. And some of my gay friends, they like, you can look at one eyelash on their body and you're like, they like dick for sure. And he is pretty gay, but here I was like, oh.
Oh, look at this one. Look, this is Mr. Big Nugget. He wants to cuddle with mommy. He's purring.
Photos kind of straight, but in videos he's the gayest. Exactly. Yeah. If you capture him at a freeze frame, sometimes he's kind of straight.
What is it, Oliver? Hi, little kitty.
Looks like a couple that would tell me to go back to my country. Hey, are you saying we look racist? How could you? Maybe he does because he's blonde. I mean, it's not his, like, if you're blonde, it's hard not to, like, look racist by default. I feel you kind of have to, like, amend and be like, I'm not racist. I'm just blonde as an adult. Like, did you guys ever see that thing that was like, oh, being blonde is for women, gay men, and children. No adult man should ever be blonde. And British. He is British. That's true. And I'm like, that's so true. Let us gatekeep blondness. There's too much joy in his face to be straight. That's true. Because, straight men, every time that they take a picture, like if you look at like a straight man's Hinge, it's just like them staring straight at the camera like, and I'm like, bruh, please, like, not to sound like the men that catcall women on the side of the street, but like smile a bit, holding a fish. Yeah. Or well, I mean, I've spent most of my adult life in like tech hub cities, so they're not holding a fish, but they're like, I don't know, fucking holding up their stock portfolio or some shit like that. Smile a bit. Yeah, just smile a bit, Oh, you know what I want to do soon? I do this stream where I review chatters like Hinges, Tinders, all that. I haven't done that in a while. I want to do that again maybe at like the end of this week, like this weekend. So if anyone would be interested, I'm going to post a form where you can submit your screenshots of your profile in Discord and on Instagram. I smile good. You should. And I have actually had a few chatters come back to me and tell me and be like, oh, your advice helped me. So I'm like, okay, slay. Please do. I shall. I'll post it on Discord in the next day and my Insta story. But I'll try and do it this weekend, probably like Sunday or something. They have wall climbing photos. Yes, dude, in Seattle, fucking software engineers in that goddamn rock wall. It doesn't matter how bad it gets. I'm not getting on that goddamn wall. You know that saying. I know mine's super cringe. That's okay. That's how it gets improvement. That fat boy loves you so much. I know he loves looking at mommy in the eyes when he gets rubbed because he's so fat. This cat, like, needs so much attention that while I sleep, he will paw me to pet him. And sometimes he'll wake me up because there will just be like, he's literally like stuck his paw in my mouth. Which I appreciate because I know it's just because he loves me. But I'm like, goddamn, bruh. He sounds like a car engine next to me every night when I fall asleep. The Mamdanis met on Hinge. I know. Isn't that insane? God, I love living in the Islamic Caliphate of New York City. It's so lit. My mayor met his wife on Hinge. I was on Hinge for New York for about 2 months and found my girlfriend 2-year anniversary on Tuesday. Got the whole day. But oh, cute. That's lovely. What are you guys doing? Is that Oliver just being a lazy boy? Oliver is sitting in the corner pouting because I won't give him more food right now. Super random, but I have a memory that you said you're a DMV girly, right? Yes, I'm originally from the DMV. I'm from Maryland. Go Maryland, go UMD, go Terps, woo. The time my old cat had passed away, he used to sleep on my face and force me like, oh, my old cat who died, I was like afraid of the dark as like a very young child, as all kids would be, right? But he didn't want to sleep in my room because he liked to run around at night. So he would sit up straight and he would wait on my bed until I would fall asleep. So like every night I had memories of every time I'd start to nod off and he could tell, he would like walk out of the room. Like he'd be like, okay, like my job here is done. But it's so cute that he did that. Dating apps hate me, I'm unlovable. You might just have a shit ass profile, but that doesn't mean that you're a shit candidate. It just might mean you don't know how to market yourself, you know? So you should submit for the stream. He's pouting because you smell like every cat in Asia. Oh my God, you're right. He's pouting because he's like, my mom's a fucking whore. She comes back from Asia covered in the scent of other cats. Oh my God, you're right. No. That's unfortunate. I just moved back from DC earlier this year. Oh, cool. How was that? I wouldn't want to live in DC as an adult. Low-key, I think it's like a little bit of a boring city, but it's still, you know, I have a fondness for it as a DMV girly. But, you know, DC is kind of like, DC, and this makes sense, DC was very similar in a lot of ways to Beijing in that it's like a lot of museums. Like, I feel like the main thing to do there is museums, but it's also just like very bureaucratic. And I feel like the bureaucratic nature of it kind of like takes away from the joy. DC is spiritually beige. Yes. Okay. It's spiritually beige. It's spiritually Israeli. Yes. Especially now that we know that the Department of Homeland Security is, their Twitter account is headed in Tel Aviv. That was crazy. You guys know how Twitter did this thing where you can see where an account is based, and the Twitter account for the Department of Homeland Security was based in Tel Aviv. Like, that's so crazy. But why am I also not surprised? Not spiritually, it's just Israeli. Yeah, that's true. Do you get spicy potato news? I think maybe in Chongqing we did. There are great neighbors in DC. I do agree it's bureaucratic and transient. Yeah, no, I mean, DC has its charm, but ultimately it's not a city. Like, at least Beijing is still like a massive city, even though it's bureaucratic. DC, it's only considered a major city because it's the capital, but like size-wise, it's not. I've like biked across all of it in like an instant. I loved it. I was there 2019 to February this year. It's 1,000% spiritually beige. It really is. There's a bagel shop by me that recently got in trouble for pretending to be Israeli. Wait, why would they want to pretend to be Israeli? Like, do Zionists like love buying bagels? Triumph short-lived. Hilarious, like, yet not surprising thing. Both spiritually and materially Israeli, yeah. It does feel more lifeless than any other city. Have you guys ever been clubbing in DC? I've been clubbing in DC a lot because I went to University of Maryland, which is only like, it's like a few metro stops away from DC. So like sometimes when you get bored of partying in College Park, you'd go party in DC, and like, bro, their club scene is just, it's so ass. It's just like, the people there have no drip. They don't know how to dress because they're just like cringe kids that are like, yeah, my daddy owns 5 law firms, so I want to come make my way in politics. Every bar is only like 1 floor. No one knows how to dress. The drinks are expensive as fuck. It's just, the music is like low-key kind of left in the past. No one wears color in DC. It's all great. Yeah, it's just kind of chopped in that way. But yeah, beautiful museums. I love all the museums. Natural History Museum is one of my favorite museums of all time. As an anthro major. 100% real and true. Friends more than I need a girlfriend. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, you need to have friends if you're gonna get a partner. Because I always explain this to a lot of people in my chat. Also, hold on, I'm sliding down to it.
Hi, Mama.
I explain this to a lot of people in my chat who are like, Lychee, what can I do to get a girlfriend? I have no pussy. Can you help me? Blah, blah, blah. And then they talk about it and they're like, they don't have any friends. They don't have any community, nothing. And I'm like, dude, you can't learn how to have a relationship if you can't even have any friendships at all. Like, point blank, period. Also, like, if you try and rizz up a girl and you don't have a single friend, she's going to think you're weird. And I'm not saying you're weird for not being friends. I get a lot of people don't. But it's like a relationship is just like a much more intense, intimate friendship. DC drivers are ass and so hot and swampy. I know. Yeah, Maryland drivers are really bad because Maryland has like no driving regulations. Like, you could like run over a grandma in Maryland and they're going to be like, yeah, just don't do it again. Whereas Virginia, you speed 5 miles and they're going to ICE is gonna come get you. See any artificial skin lightening in China's photo filters? Hassan looks so pale in the interviewer clip. Well, like I was saying on Bilibili, there's an automatic filter. Like they don't even give you an option whether you want the filter or not. They just filter you. And we are all talking about how we're like not a fan of that because it's just what's the point? Like I would look at some people's WeChat pictures and then meet them in real life and I genuinely like could not recognize them. Like I get it, you want to do a little filtering, that's normal, but like I genuinely had no idea it was the same person. DMV mentioned I bought a house in Delaware. Nice. Delaware's not DMV though. DMV is DC, Maryland, Virginia. But shout out to you, Delaware. I've never stopped in Delaware except to pee. True, if someone doesn't have friends, it makes you wonder if there's an important reason why. And it's not always because they're like a bad person. Like we live in like a very, very antisocial time. There's a statistic, I'm not exactly sure how legitimate it was, but it said like 17% of Americans report not having friends, which is really sad. But even if they don't have friends, not because they're a bad person, it does prove that like they need to work on their social skills and they need those skills anyways for a relationship. So you might as well just work on the friendship part first. It's hard with autism. At some point, you just accept your loneliness. It depends on what kind of autism you get. You can make friends with other autism people. Actually, no, usually autism doesn't like autism. My favorite thing about Manhattan is just leaving my apartment and going to do random shit. I know. Living in New York literally just feels like a random free-for-all server. Feel like that. Austin getting catfished by the Chinese editing was so funny. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the guy who catfished Austin like looked like in his photo versus in real life. Because I feel like if you have an eye for it, like for Asian filters, Asian editing, you can tell. Like I can always tell because I grew up with a lot of people that use shit like that. So like I would see pictures of people before me and then I'd be like, oh, their chin is fake. This is fake. This is fake. But I guess with Austin, like he doesn't, you know, have the eye for that because he's not in that situation on the reg. So, you know, Delmarva, I've never heard that before. I mean, the autism affects your social skills. It does sometimes. It depends on the person. It generally does, but it doesn't always affect them negatively. Like a lot of people have a lovely tism charm. I mean, I have ADD, not autism, but I'm always like playfully been shitted on by my friends by being like, oh, you're so tismy, blah, blah, blah. But they think it's charming at the same time. Like they think it's endearing. I just don't know when people are being sarcastic. That's sometimes an issue. Hi, Pantham. Did the guy really look that bad that Austin had to run? I don't know. We didn't see the guy. I mean, we just saw Austin running toward us. We didn't get to see him. So maybe, maybe not. There's a big class financial side to the no things, no friends thing too. Is there? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just not super hip to that. Because I know a bunch of like really poor people who have tons of homies too. I thought it was more about like the lacking of community than anything else. And also that like after COVID, like COVID literally just cooked us in so many ways. Like kids can't read. No one has friends anymore. People's friends are all online. Can you tell people don't work on their face? Oh, usually I can. Yeah, I was at a party a couple months ago with my roommate, Brandon, and like I was looking at this girl and I look at her immediately and I'm just like, and I'm not saying this to dig at her. It's just interesting. I'm like, Brandon, she has a nose job. And he was like, how can you tell that? Like, that's not possible. Anyways, we scroll back on her Instagram, lo and behold, and I'm like, I have the eye sometimes. Where are you from? I live in New York. Do you learn anything interesting in China? Tons of stuff, as we've been talking about. What's one interesting China fact I learned? Well, I kind of already knew this, but in Sichuan province, so where Chengdu, Chongqing is, all that, it's customary for men to work and do like all of the housework too. Let me get a femboy twink male wife in Sichuan. Let's go. The lack of time and money to spend recreationally. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. But like, okay, so I'm not disagreeing with that, but like I had a lot of friends back in Seattle that grew up in like inner city, like poor, like food stamps, all that. And they didn't have time to spend like, or money to spend recreationally each other, but they would just still hang out all the time after work. But like their activities were just limited. They would just sit in an apartment and drink, pretty much, because like, I guess what else can you do? So yeah, I mean, they were definitely limited on their more fulfilling and like productive social activities, but yeah. Being poor makes it harder to keep friends more so than make them. Hard to actually hang out with them. That's true, yeah, if you're always working. Aside from grabbing dinner with friends, they don't go out too much. I always feel like I have the opposite problem, which I'm not going to complain about because it sounds like I'm being a bitch, but I'm very grateful for all the interpersonal relationships in my life. It does get stressful managing them all the time, but I think if you have like a real good, genuine connection with someone, you don't have to talk to them all the time for it to still be meaningful. Like one of my best friends from college lives in Korea, so I only see her once a year when she comes home, but it still feels like when we talk again, I'm like, oh, this is still like my bitch, you know, even though it's been so long. How old are you? I am 27. Sí, because I'm Latina. Class is a big thing because you either find a community that is with you when you're struggling or you don't have friends at all. I see. I find a lot of my male friends that have the grindset mindset when they work a lot and they do other things to make money in their free time, if you know what I mean. What, like courses or like selling their bussies? But no, I mean, male friendship is a whole nother thing too, because I think men on average don't value friendship as much as women value friendship. And because of that, they lack like a lot of community, you know, like they'll have friends, but like it's kind of shallow in a lot of ways. Like they'll just talk about like girls or sports, or like they'll go out together, but they won't have like deep, meaningful trauma dumps like females have with each other. I don't like calling women females. I don't know why that came out like that, but yeah. Men like bonding cells. I know. That's why I think it's so cute when I see men that are like really friends. I'm like, that's beautiful. Oh. Part of it is living the right place too. The people that don't mess with us, every time we've gone to check out apartments in other areas, we made friends in a short time. Yeah. It's about having like a similar value system and there just being people around. Austin Spanish was not so bad. The pronunciation, I mean. You know, chat was really mean to my Spanish. But then everyone said that my Mandarin was fire. Are you Muslim? I'm not religious. We have suffered enough people sad. Yeah, I lost my best friend a few years ago to an overdose. Oh, I'm sorry. And ever since then, I've been going crazy trying to find friends that I can be that close with. Well, another thing too is like a lot of people who crave friendship and human connection so much, like they just want it now. And I think part of that comes from the fact that like we're such like an immediate gratification society now. So like everything now. But like it takes a good amount of time, like at least upwards of a year, to build like truly meaningful like connections. Like I think with all my close friends, we had to start hitting around like the 10-month to a year mark before I started to feel like this like deep like emotional tie to them, you know? Men bonding, I disagree. Men bonding happens at different social settings, but they happen. You mean it happens? Well, I'm not saying that they don't bond, but they definitely don't bond on average as deeply as women do. I think we all know that. And that's not a dig at men necessarily. That's like a sad thing. It's more of a dig at the patriarchy. I broke things off with a guy friend because we fought over the same girl. I see. How did that... Is that worth it? I feel like in most cases it's not worth it to break off a friendship over like a prospective partner. Guys bonding is air jerking each other off. Men's bonding is when they have passionate, beautiful gay sex and I'm in the corner watching. Should have dueled. You're doing the hand thing. I know I'm doing the hand thing. Why are you digging at men? We're talking about how men don't value friendship as much as women on average. It's weird how it takes 10 years to establish a deep bond among friends. People get married after a year. I don't think it takes 10 years. I just think it takes like time. Can't confirm gay sex is male bonding. Hell yeah. Have you ever had a simp? Bro, this is Twitch. What do you think? Women shit on each other, though. Everyone shits on everyone. Women shit on each other. Men shit on each other. Men shit on women. What does that have to do with anything? Channer? What's Channer? Channer is Channer. Channer, the country I went to. Can't believe I haven't been bonding. Well, why don't you enter your friend? Consensually, of course. I make out with all my boys. That's how I let them know I care. I watched you guys kiss. Yeah, I have a video of March and Will touching each other in INS, that club in Shanghai. They were really getting in there. Did I make them do it? Maybe. But they still wholeheartedly agreed and were very, very excited to do. Touching tips. Touching everything. March, are you single, girl? Does he think you're a girl? Oh my god, the lesbian energy is hitting. I think he thinks you're a girl. Channer was like a venue dance. Channer. If you want to make friends, I recommend they spend time doing group activities. Yes. And not being afraid to open up. You know, don't only talk about surface level things with your boys. It might feel awkward at first, but if you like are more candid with them, like it will open the floodgates in a popular way. Also, Men I Trust fan, is your is that like the artist? Is that what your username is a reference to? Are you happy to be back with your children? I am. I miss my cats a lot. But I got so used to being in Asia that honestly, like, coming back to the States was an incredibly jarring thing. I was like, why is everyone yelling at each other? But that's okay. Why does men emasculating each other turn you on? How are they emasculating each other? They're having a beautiful boy love kiss. Nothing is more masculine than two men being inside each other. What is this Pathan guy saying to him? It's so funny. How was it? It was great. Men I Trust is an amazing band. Yeah, there's like this Men I Trust house remix I used to listen to. Public soccer leagues. Marsh will be the first person to have a harem as a side piece. Are you calling him a side piece like he's Hassan's side piece? Gay sex is mega masculine. I mean, genuinely, all jokes aside, like, if what is more masculine than like, it's just a bunch of men? Because there's no women involved. If one man is masculine, he kisses another masculine, that's double. Exactly. What do you miss the most in state when traveling to China or Japan? In China, I miss having fast data to doom scroll, and I miss all the toilets being upright. In Japan, I miss being able to talk at a normal volume in public spaces, and I miss that in Japan, like, so many places smell like cig smoke. I miss that America smells less like cig smoke. Leechy on her Nick Fuentes arc. Why? Just because I said I like men touching each other and Nick Fuentes is in the closet? What? Don't call me. Okay, don't slur me like that. Has anyone been seeing those clips of Nick Fuentes just like obsessing over Candace Owens? Like, bro, I try and open up my phone to have a nice day and I see Nick Fuentes being like, Candace, please. And I'm just like, oh my God, someone give me a fucking gun, bro. I can't do that. The gayest thing you can do is kiss a woman, I know. In Japan, I miss Little Caesars and Bojangles. I have never seen a Bojangles with my own eyes. I thought, is that like Cracker Barrel? What is that? You can clean your algorithm through getting Nick Fuentes. No, because it's like everyone's memeing on him for being like in love with Candace Owens. Like it's like all lefties in the comments because people are like making like shipping edits of them now. Why is he getting famous? Isn't he racist? Yeah, he's a neo-Nazi. You're in Japan? I was just in Japan. Bro's never been in the South and it shows. I mean, I have, but I try not to go too much. It's fried breakfast food. I see. It's like the southern version of KFC. Thought that's Popeyes. We had Chinese KFC and it was quite good. Definitely better than American KFC. The thing about fried food in Asia, be it like KFC or be it like you get like tonkatsu in Japan, is that even though so many things are fried, it's never oily. Like it's never like dripping with oil. Everything is like, it almost feels air fried. Maryland is the South, technically, but not in any way in practice at all. And if you talk to Southerners, they would not count Maryland as South. Maryland is a mega blue ultra lib state. Go Maryland. Nazis getting popular on Twitter. Well, Twitter is just the Nazi app. So no, let me see if I can find the fucking Nick Fuentes Candace Owens thing. It's ridiculous. Simping over Candace Owens. I got my keyboard. Yeah, never mind. I can't find the funny meme videos. It's just videos of them actually arguing. You know when she did that thing with her head like this? He made a reply video to that and he was like, "He who is not bricked must throw the first brick." Like, he was literally talking about being bricked for her, like bricked up. And I was just like, oh my God. And then the comments were so funny. They're like, it's Nick Fuentes' first time experiencing attraction to a woman. But you hate your dad and he's Jewish, so you're Fuentes adjacent. I don't hate my father. I just don't care that he exists. He's not Jewish. He's barely Jewish. He's not a practicing Jew. He's not even a quarter Jewish. He's not a practicing Jew. His dad's not a practicing Jew. I think his dad's dad might have been a practicing Jew. He just has like, or I guess we just have some Ashkenazi Jews blood. Maryland's the South the way that Southern California is the South. Exactly. Maryland is so liberal, so democratic. Shout out Maryland. Thank you for the sub, B+. Yeah, my cousin, she went to school. She went to University of South Carolina, and their Greek life culture is really big there. And they actually have a couple frats there where you can only join if you're from the South. Like, they're like true Southern boys, which, like, bro, does that not sound like the most racist thing ever? Aside from that, she was telling me that those frats will only let in people. They don't let in anyone from Maryland, even though it's technically the South. And a lot of them won't even let in anyone from Virginia. Like, it starts North Carolina down because they're like, they're not real Southerners. Like, sometimes Virginia, she said, absolutely none of them would even touch anyone, any guy from Maryland. A lot of white Southern frats do a ton of weird racist shit. Oh, totally. For sure. South African KFC is good too. What is the difference? Like, what like unique menu items do they have there? Tokatsu reminds me, have you watched any Power Rangers as a kid? Do you watch Yowie? I don't watch it. I used to read it when I was like a teenager. Owens and Fuentes are in a spat calling each other dumb. The pot's calling the kettle black. Crazy. Cane's is better than Bojangles. I've also never had Raising Cane's. Is that weird? Maryland didn't succeed. They have pledges that are just racism. Yeah, my cousin, she's mixed like me. I'm pretty sure she was the first Asian person in her sorority ever. And in that same year, they had the first black girl in that sorority ever. And I'm like, you know, no offense, but like, why would you want to even be a part of that? Like, I would hear that and be like, you know what? I'm good. I'm not trying to be in that, you know? Deep fried rotisserie chicken. You know, I do love raw dogging the shit out of rotisserie chicken. So does Big Boy. Rotisserie chimpkin is Biggie's favorite meal in the whole world. He also likes scallop sashimi. He's bougie. Sorority, more like 1970s South Africa. First wage in the country. We got our first Raising Cane's here like a week ago. Nice. South has the best food though. Anytime in New York City I have barbecue, it's like, well, the South doesn't have the best barbecue, or the New York doesn't have the best barbecue. Of course the South has better barbecue, but New York has better. I think I would say New York has better food, and the reason why so many people say New York has the best food in the country is because we have the most diversity of food, because we have the most immigrant communities and such. But sure, I mean, if your favorite food is barbecue, you're not going to come to New York for that. That's bougie as hell. He's a bougie ass cat. Like, these cats be forgetting that they're from a parking lot in Baltimore. Like, you know, they be acting like they're and they do look fancy. You do look so fancy, and you deserve a nice life because you're a good boy. But he's I always tell them, I'm like, there's many kitties out there that are starving, and you guys are asking for your 6th can of human grade cat food. But it's okay. I got them when they were really young, and they only spent 2 months on the street, so I don't think they remember the struggle. That's a meow and a half. Yeah, he's large. You don't remember being poor. You don't remember living in the parking lot. No, you don't. That's okay. All he knows is being fat and spoiled. Rotisserie chicken is so busted for budget strength building. It also makes a great congee. Chow ga, chicken congee. I never had Jewish food. Is it fire? I don't know, bro. I'm not really Jewish. One of my best friends growing up was Jewish. It depends. So, like, there's different, like, there's, like, European Jews. Their food is not that good, TBH. I like matzo ball soup. Potato latkes were pretty good, but there's just not, like, a ton of seasoning. And as someone, you know, that grew up with a Asian mom, I'm used to, like, heavy seasoning. But then there's like Arab Jews. I would assume their food, like most Arab food, is probably stronger in flavor. So it's hard to say. Good morning from Germany. Hello. Gefilte fish. Gefilte fish is okay. Like, it tastes okay, but it's not like, you know, if you're out here being like, oh my God, like this fucking gefilte fish is bussin', like. But, you know, to be fair, a lot of food that is really good doesn't look good. Like, Japanese curry, not the most appetizing thing. So homey, so yummy. You're Jewish like George Santos. Well, according to this, I'm precisely 8% Jewish. Ta-da. Oh, wrong side. Sorry. Ta-da. What's the kitty's name? His name is Big Boy. And my other cat's name is Oliver. He's licking his nutsack, as you can see over here. That's just what he does.
Stop licking your body, Oliver. Stop it. You're already balding.
All he does is lick his body. Hong Kong felt so New York City coded on the stream. I know. I love it. My only qualm with Hong Kong is it is not cheap. It pretty much felt like spending money in the US. It felt like spending money in New York, honestly. So compared to the mainland, but if I could only go back to 2, I'd go back to Hong Kong, and I think I'd go back to Shanghai. He's balding like you. That's okay. That's okay, my follically challenged king. Get your ass on a plane to Istanbul. They'll fix you up real good and real fast. Hong Kong's expensive as hell, for real.
What? What are you doing, Ma? Oh, you jumping. Did you finish licking your body? Did you finish making yourself bald like a chicken?
He looks like a chicken cutlet on the bottom of himself. No tipping culture is peak. I mean, I think everyone agrees that no tipping should be the ideal, but it's interesting to me when people come in here and they like hate on tipping so much and they're like, I don't tip, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you're just hurting the server that way. Like, it's the US like institution. It's the government's fault that like tipping is a thing. It's not, you shouldn't make like the server, like the poor college kid who's working at a restaurant suffer, you know what I mean? But then so many people take it out on them and I'm like, no. If you can't afford to tip, don't go out to eat. I worked in service for so many years, that shit's ridiculous. Because what a lot of people don't realize is servers don't make minimum wage. They usually make around $2 to $3 an hour. So the only way that they make a normal wage is via tipping. Different from Germany. Do they charge gratuity for large parties in Asia? No, there's just usually no tipping. Point blank, period. Channer? No, Channer is Channer. That should be criminal. Well, little not so fun fact is part of the reason why tipping came about is because when black people, you know, got emancipated and they started joining the workforce and they had to be paid, a lot of, you know, white institutions didn't want to pay them a full wage. So they're like, oh, instead we can pay them, you know, a quarter of the wage, and then they just have to rely on tips from other people. So not so shocking. It has nefarious origins, as many things in the States do. What about the homeless in the U.S.? Do they tip? The homeless don't go out to eat at sit-down restaurants, obviously. Duh. If homeless people go out to eat, they'll go to like, you know, they'll go to like a McDonald's or Chipotle. And if you guys don't know this, if you're not American, we don't expect people to tip for like those type of places. Tipping is for like a sit-down restaurant. These jobs should make more money. Yeah, I mean, ideally they would just be paid a fair wage, but people don't want to do that.
Right. They don't want to pay a fair wage. No, they don't.
Big Boy says he empathizes with our struggles. Big Boy says that we all suffer under capitalism. Are there even homeless people in China? There are. You just don't, there's not as many overall. Hong Kong definitely has that issue for sure. There's like a lot of people that live in like 20 square foot cage homes in Hong Kong. It's so expensive there. They'll hate you while waiting in line at the bodega for a bottle of water and some chips. You got to pay for it. Yeah, like when homeless people ask me for money, I usually will not give them money. I also just tend to not carry cash because, like, who the fuck carries cash? But I'm like, you know, I'll buy you, like, water and a sandwich or something. Oh, my God. Look at him. He's literally prepping to lick his nuts. Oh, no. He's showing me his tummy. Never mind. You're showing Mommy your little tummy. You're not licking your ball sack anymore. He has such an addiction. Sorry. Bye, uncreative. We suffer under inequity. We do indeed. Has anyone been seeing, anyone know the Becca Bloom drama right now? Speaking of inequity. When I was a teenager, you would get McDonald's Taco Bell for less than $1. When I was a teenager, you could get a quesadilla at Taco Bell for an hour. Super huge cat, I know. He's massive.
What is it, Big?
What are you doing? Becca Bloom, okay, so Becca Bloom is this content creator, and she, you know, I personally, I never fucked with her. So pretty much she makes rich people content. Let me show you guys. So all her videos will just be like, here's me, you know, going on my holiday in Capri, and then she'll do breakfast plating videos, and she has a private chef, and she'll put a heap of caviar on her plate, and then people will check how much the plate costs, and the plate itself is $1,000. The spoon she was using in her last video was like a $2,000 caviar spoon. She just has like you know, just super egregious wealth here. This is what she looks like. Where's my Google Images thing? Hold on, my eyes are blurring. Oh, here. Yeah, this is what she looks like. She lives in like NorCal or whatever. I don't like her already. But then she got really popular for a while because people are like, oh, she's the right way to rich because she speaks with like a soft voice and she'll give like women, you know, on the surface, which sounds like practical advice about dating and all that. But in reality, she's, you know, insanely rich. And that's what her content is. Her parents are tech billionaires from China. And then she just married this dude who is also like, you know, a stacked ass SF tech bro. Anyways, I thought when her popularity came about like half a year ago or something, and like Vogue or like Elle or whatever doing articles on her, I personally thought it was ridiculous. I was like, you know what? If I was that rich, first of all, I do better things with my money, but second off, you wouldn't be hearing from me. But like, she you know, people were like sucking her. Like all these poor people were like, oh my God, I think it's so cool that your wedding outfits cost more than me and my entire bloodline will ever make in all of our entire lifetimes combined. Billionaires shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, exactly. And she's literally a billionaire heiress. And then finally, people started waking up just in this past week or two and started achieving a degree of class consciousness because she started getting upset at people in the comments because people were like, she made this video about feminism and talking about like equality in dating, and then some people made a very valid comment. They're like, you know, how are you going to fully talk about feminism when you don't also talk about wealth inequality? You can't just talk about gender inequality. Like all of these things are related when you don't talk about that. And then she got super upset. She started like imploding. She started deleting a fuck ton of comments. And then people were like laughing at her. They're like, oh, you're a fucking billionaire, but you're getting triggered. She's like deleting comments on videos that have like 10,000 views, like tiny, tiny videos. And now the world's waking up. So that's tea. Anyways, wait real quick, look. They're wrestling. Oh shit. Oh my God. Oliver always loses. Big boy always wins. Oliver's my little scaredy cat. How old are they? They're 10. I don't know anyone with more than like 50 million sleeps at night, to be for real. Yeah, exactly. And people were like, oh, Becca, you talk so much about like all this advice you give. Like, what are you doing with, you know, your literal $1 billion? Like, what are you doing to make, you know, the world more equitable when you talk about equality and gender and all this? And of course she just, you know, flips out. So yeah. Woo. Glad. Let's go. Because every time I saw her fucking videos where she was like, watch me plate my dog's breakfast on a $50,000 plate that I bought in Italy. I was like, why are people eating this up? Like, why are people eating this up? Like, this is fucking stupid. Like, it always bothered me. And people were just sucking it. I was like, I feel like I'm being gaslit. She's texting an example of how even when you win at capitalism, it still doesn't mean you're happy, because why do you need fame and adoration when you already had all? Exactly, yeah. And some guy was calling her out for that. This other like commentary content creator, because he was like, you know, you can buy another $300,000 Birkin bag if you want, but your crash out and replying to all these comments has just proven that like at the end of the day, like you crave, you know, approval, you crave adoration, and no amount of money you have can buy that for you. Like maybe your employees around you are always sucking you, but like the public will not. And I'm like, bars. Yes. I can't speak Russian. I'm not Russian. Or from any Russian speaking country. Should be illegal to hold more than 100 million in assets. Literally no one needs that much money. No, they don't. And you also like, once you get to like an egregious amount of wealth, you simply could not have made that ethically. Like you could not have made $1 billion without stepping on the backs of other people to like ascend to such a height. And then every time I say that, there's like some fucking grifter who's like, you're saying people can't be rich? I'm like, you can be regular rich. Like that's fine. You have like a couple $1 million, or you make like $500,000 a year. That's fine. But like you just can't be like filthy fucking dummy rich. I miss being rich. The richest I ever was personally was right after I graduated college, because I moved at home because I graduated during COVID, and then I got laid off from my job, so I collected the COVID bonus unemployment. So still not that rich, but it was lit because I was getting money and I lived at home for a year. That's when I started streaming. I heard you're a CCP agent even though you aren't Chinese. That's crazy motion. Congrats. Thank you. It was very hard to become a non-Chinese citizen, non-Chinese ethnically CCP agent. But you can do anything you set your dreams to. Make money more. Spend all my happiness, then that's worth it. The American dream has to be the biggest fraud ever perpetuated. Oh, yeah. And it's also just like so obviously a fraud too, because when everyone can become super rich if they work hard. Like, no, there's simply not enough wealth. Like, the whole point of being super rich is that only a few people can do it because they have to take from the rest. Like, yeah. Billionaires require exploitation 100%. You also just stop spending. Like, consumers the system relies on isn't utilized when you stockpile money. Yeah, it's also just because, like, I think when you can buy everything, there's no more mystique. Like, the reason why there's, like, such a joy in buying something that you've wanted so long is because, like, there's this air of mystique around it. But you don't have that when you can afford everything you want. Personal trainers in Equinox like a fool. I mean, if you got the figure you want, that's not bad. I mean, who wouldn't betray the West for Vietnam? I mean, China. Oh my, bro, you're not reading your lines right here. I mean, $20, you end up marrying a white man. I've never dated a white man before. It's not impossible. Why are you betting on? That's so random. I graduated school during COVID. My last exam was 2 days before lockdown began. Oh, we graduated the same year. Being billionaire without stepping on people, so she had to do it herself. Are you saying J.K. Rowling? J.K. Rowling is a ghoul, bro. The shit she be saying is crazy. And also, are you sure? I mean, she started ascending. Like, J.K. Rowling's start was ethical. It was on her art, but do you think everyone involved in building her empire was compensated fairly? Like, I think there's probably a very strong chance no. Oh, you graduated high school. Oh. Real evil is once you have enough money, you stop being kind or patient with people because you don't need to impress anybody or need anything from anybody. Yeah, I just feel like if you have, like, a dummy amount of money, like, that's, like, such a blessing because then you can do so many cool things for the world and you can still buy yourself all the cool material shit you want and, like, go EDC VIP every year. Like, that's a win-win. Why wouldn't you want to do both? Why are you just hoarding it? Stop being greedy. I'd also just, like, aside from doing, like, charitable stuff, I'd also just do really weird stuff if I had that money. People are not creative. Like, they just, like, rich people, they just go to the same places, same holidays, all that. Like, you would see my ass in Kazakhstan if I had more money for no reason. Fund some co-ops. My college had a co-op and it made a fire falafel wrap. Do you think any billionaire YouTube would do a Bombas ad? LOL. Cat playtime. Yeah, he's hyper.
Olive, come here.
I think I need to play with him every night before he'll tweak out. Like the one girl who flies to random ass places. Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing too you see with a lot of super rich people. This always pisses me off. It's like when they don't have taste. Like they just do the same basic ass rich people shit, wear the same stuff, all that. I'm like, oh my God. Like you do not know what I would be doing if I had a fraction of your wealth. Like you not even know like oh my God, the worst thing is when you see a rich person with no sense of style, because I'm like, you do not know the drip I would have if I had 1% of your money. Like it's so upsetting. Should I call you goddess or queen? Oh, are you a pay pig? Whatever you want. That's how I feel about Taylor Swift's fashion. I don't want to speak on Taylor Swift because I'm afraid that every time I do, someone is going to snipe me and I'm just going to like they're vicious. Taylor Swift fans are like the BTS fans of like white people. They're scary. Oh, thank you for the raid. Hi, Chu. How are you doing? Money doesn't buy taste. It definitely does not. It does not. How are you doing? How is your stream? We're talking about how we hate billionaires. We're having some class solidarity in chat. Welcome, raiders. She had to end stream. Oh, how was your trip? Tried to peek, but it wasn't for me. LOL. It was good. It was fun. You know, it was the China streamer trip. It was great. It was super fun. Thank you for the gifted sub. Swifties are ops BC. I know. That's why when people are like, what's your opinion on Taylor Swift? Like, I have an opinion. Am I going to say that opinion? I feel like there's like a white woman with red lipstick and a gun to my head. Hi, Junie. What if I'm a billionaire one day? What if, King? What if? You're just a disgraced one. Definitely not talking about her all. What's your rankings of the cities you visited during the trip? The China trip? Okay. Gosh. Okay, I'll start from the bottom. So bottom up, Beijing at the bottom. Dude, it's so hard because like, and I'm not trying to shit on Beijing. Like, I'm sure it has its charm. But it was just like, the other ones were all pretty high. I don't know. Okay, I'll put it like this. Beijing on bottom, then Chengdu, Chongqing in the middle. Then Hong Kong, then Shanghai. I don't know. They're just like good in different ways. So it's kind of hard to rank them. Taylor Swift is our glorious leader. Yes, all blessed Taylor Swift. No, well, speaking of billionaires, you know what? I'm not even going to get into. You guys need to stop bringing up these things because then I want to go on a passionate rant about it, but then I can't because I'm going to be murdered. It's like when back when BTS was like, BTS still has its fan base for sure, but when it was really popping, like if you said something bad about BTS, like a 14-year-old would show up with like a knife behind you. Like, I was just in my chat. All I said is like, oh, I thought this one BTS song was okay. Literally, that's all I said. And then like some fucking 14-year-old out of nowhere shows up like an op. They're like, well, you're ugly anyways. Like, go die, bitch. I'm like, don't you ever say that about Rapmon again. I'm like, they camp. They literally camp. I like the Panda Tour City. Yeah, I like that one too. Chongqing look epic. I love how it goes up a hill. It was super cool. But, BTS is not as sought after now because a lot of them are like doing their military service. So I feel like it's kind of calmed down. But no, I mean, Taylor Swift, if you like her music, I think that's great. Like whatever art you find joy in. I don't personally care for her music. But for me, it's more like the billionaire, like kind of like right-wing adjacent grifting thing. But I'm not gonna get into that because I don't want to be murdered. But you can kind of you're hearing my thoughts. You're hearing my thoughts. What country had hotter dudes? China or Japan? I mean, I think China for sure. But I saw more cute girls in Japan. So, in balance. I can't with her music either. Dude, that song she made about Travis Kelce's cock, I'm like, girl, I'm glad that you enjoy getting dicked down by your mans. Like, that's a joy that all should feel. But I didn't want to hear that. Locals or tours? I guess locals. I mean, in my opinion, and I hold by this, I've never been to a city with more hot people than New York. I think New York. And I'm not just saying this because I lived here. I thought that before I lived here. I think also just because New York is so diverse as well. So we have like so many different types of attractive people as well. Whereas, in a homogenous country, it's more similar, right? The styling and everything. But yeah. Also pretty dense, yeah. Like, there's just, like, so many, like, beautiful people here. It's lovely. It's lovely to look at. Meow. 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 What kind of money in a bank does a streamer need to do it full time? I mean, it depends where you live. More money than I have now. Sub, please. I'm gonna starve. True, I felt hot as fuck in Maryland. Wow. A little rude to Maryland. I know people that say that to me. They're like, oh my God, you're from Maryland. Like, I didn't know Maryland had like such bad bitches. And I'm like, okay, there are some bad bitches in Maryland, damn. But I'm out here representing my state because a lot of people have like not met people from Maryland. I caught a clip of what Aretha Franklin said about Taylor Swift. Wait, no, what did he say? What did she say? Taylor's respectable wienering anthem. Oh God. Do you think like her and Travis Kelce like listen to that song when he's giving her respectable wienering? I hope not. Putting Maryland on the fucking map, you know, I was doing that when I lived on the West Coast, man, because people don't be doing. But there's like low key a lot of people from the DMV, and people don't realize this. Like, I meet a good handful of people. Wait, what? Wait, Aretha Franklin, what about her voice? Also, do you guys still want to hear about this squid? Yes, no, maybe so. New York City's full of rich people, and rich people marry pretty people so their kids are hot. And also, like, so much of being attractive is simply just, like, effort / resources. And, of course, rich people, like, you know, the saying, you're not ugly, you're just poor. So true. That's why if you see a really chopped rich person, you're like, damn, they must have had some unfortunate cards dealt. Hi, Borpon. Olympic gold medalist in most countries. Oh, wow. You're hot. What are you saying? Yeah, I said I'm representing Maryland well. But a lot of people don't know what Maryland people look like. Hope stream is fun. It's been great. If you also do... it's bourbon? Oh, sorry. I only read half of people's names, honestly. I got you. She was asked a bunch about an iconic artist, and she was very complimentary. And when they brought up Taylor Swift, she just said, beautiful gowns, beautiful. Oh my God, Aretha. Damn. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to show you bitches a squid that I was showing on Will's stream because someone was like, what squid? Who here knows what the magnum penis squid is? Raise your little hands. Raise your hands. You don't know. So it's not actually the magnum penis squid. That was a joke. It's called the magnum penis squid. I loved deep sea life as a kid. I still do. Now I like more like early humans, shit like that, which is, you know, I went to school for anthropology. But anyways, so this squid became popular when a video came out from a Shell oil rig camera that was like 2 miles underwater. And look at this. Okay, you're not going to think this is real, but it is. And it's just so fucking cool. Dude, look at it. Is that not? Oh my God. It looks like the classic Alien. So it's called the Magnapena squid, which means long-armed squid. It's incredibly tendrilic, one might say. And how it hunts is it drags its long-ass arms on the ocean floor, and it just kind of picks up like dead shit, debris, all that. So yeah, there's that video of it just chilling by the oil rig and everything. Does its wiener stretch 2 miles down? 3. Don't ask how I know that. Could be a big find. That's cool. The alien from Arrival. That's sick. Yeah, this is like a comparison of it to a person. Ah! So, like, is that not so fucking dope? Like, is that not so dope? Like, that thing is just out there. I mean, it's incredibly unsettling, right? In a way that we're sharing a planet with this thing. But it's so fucking cool. And also, like, you know, people see this shit. They're like, oh, I'm so afraid of the ocean, blah, blah. You're not going to encounter the magnum penis squid. They're miles in the ocean. Like, you're not going to be swimming in Cancun and see it. So don't worry about it. But yeah. Squids don't have dicks. We Googled that. I don't remember. It doesn't pick up dead squid. It hunts AFK by catching small fish. Oh, yeah. But it drags its little leggies. It just swinging that thing. Oh, yeah. It looks like inspiration for an alien movie. I bet it tastes good. Dude, like grilled squid, dried squid with the right seasonings. Yummy. These Pokemon make evolution reveals are getting off hand. That really is what it feels like, doesn't it, right? Does it squirt ink? I don't know. Good question. Someone Google that. Deepwater get fucked. That's scary. One of the elder gods, Cthulhu. See, I read that as one of the elder gods of Chengdu. Oh, God. I need help. I want to give it a hug. I mean, like, it's probably nice. No, I don't know. I don't feel like it would try and eat us immediately. I love seafood. I love seafood, too. It's an Eldred's god. How much calamari? I don't know, right? Because, like, would this even be good to eat? Like, there's it's very long, right? It's not like very juicy or meaty by any means. James Cameron to get his camera on these. I know, like, what the fuck is James Cameron doing diving down there, dude? Like, this is what I want to see. Have you seen the frilled shark? I have. I've also showed chat the frilled shark. I can show it again, though. Magnapina squid, who named it? I did. You're welcome. I had a friend that tried to argue with deep sea earth are scarier than the vastness of space. I guess, like, what do you guys think scarier, space or the deep sea? I don't know. I mean, I don't find either of them scary. I think they're both fascinating because they're both like super cool unknowns. But at the end of the day, I think space is cooler because it's, you know, way more infinite. But sometimes some people, they find the sea scarier. I was talking to one of my friends about this, and she's like, no, the ocean is scarier because it's, you know, it's here with us. It feels, it's more tangible. Whereas like space to her, she's like, that's like such a abstract concept. Do you fuck with bugs? I don't fuck with bugs in real life, but I do, you know, love a cool bug fact or whatever. But if I were to meet the bug, no, I don't want to meet him. No, thank you. The sea has monsters. You know, space probably does out there somewhere. We are. Rather go to space than under the sea. Maybe it's so huge, it's too chewy, not edible. Maybe we cook him as a baby. Damn. Bro is real pressed to eat this magnum penis. I find the deep part of the pool scary. Aw. Deep sea monsters are wimps. They're easy to blind because they adapt their eyes to darkness. So you're saying I could just hit it with the iPhone flashlight and it would go away? You'll die of old age by the time you're using your life in space. No, just shoot me at Mars. You know, I can populate it. No, I can't. I'm not giving birth that many times. Ew. But yeah, this thing is just so cool. I tell everyone about this, and it's so cool, and I can't get over it. This is like one of my favorite things I found the past couple of years. You guys know like the vampire squid and the sperm whale? That's also a really cool one. So the vampire squid is at this eternal battle with the sperm whale. So they're always fighting each other. They're like mortal enemies. They're each other's ops. So it's really common that you see like sperm whales with like squid marks on it or all that. Usually, to my understanding, the sperm whale wins, but they have so much beef with each other. We can freeze Lychee and unfreeze her when we're fighting aliens. What am I gonna do against an alien, bruh? I'm gonna be like, oh, ew, no. Imagine them seeing us for the first time. Do you think, what the fuck, and go back and tell their homeboys like we do? Maybe. I mean, a lot of these undersea creatures are very smart. Like, I'm sure the first time a dolphin sees a person, it's like, Mom, what the fuck is that? And then it might try and touch it without consent, because that's kind of what dolphins do, unfortunately. The new Ice Age show on Apple, I have not. Is it good? People keep telling me to watch Pluribus. That's the thing I keep seeing. Why are squids such haters? Yeah, I don't know. They're kind of just born with that dog in them. Sperm whales find squids to be really delicious. They do, but it's crazy because to my understanding, their relationship, it's like a very intense battle. And it's not like an easy meal. So it's interesting that it seems to happen so much. Who names these animals? Yeah, I don't know. Does someone want to Google why it's called sperm whale? Lychee, please save us from the galactic invasion. Well, I am Lychee Al-Gaib, according to one of the chatters here. So, you know. The bigger colossal squids usually win against sperm whales. I don't know. I was talking about the sperm whale's battle with the vampire squid. With the colossal squid, it might be different, because those are bigger. She needs to watch Pluribus. I'm just afraid I'm going to get attached to, like, a really great show, and then it's going to tank. Because that seems to happen with a lot of these, like, quote-unquote masterpieces nowadays. They just, like, go in the hole after a while, you know? What's the scariest sea fish? I don't know, like a guppy. Spermos are called spermos because they are waxy, oily substance called spermaceti found on their heads. Ew. Imagine your noggin is covered in spermaceti. Wow, they're kind of corny for that, honestly. Bikini Bottom Royale. Oh, another not so fun fact. So, SpongeBob lore, and I wasn't even a SpongeBob fan. So, Bikini Bottom is named after Bikini Atoll, which let me show you guys where that is. I think it's like somewhere in the Pacific. Anyways, the US experimented with like atomic bombings on it, and the people all around, they couldn't use their land. Obviously, the US did not give a fuck. Anyways, so people think that the creators of SpongeBob, Bikini Bottom is like these mutated, radiated fish from the US nuclear bomb testing. So, yeah. New American Godzilla was born due to the Bikini Atoll bombings. Really? Interesting. Which is the theory why SpongeBob can move, yeah, and other sponges cannot. Fallout ass storyline. There's a lot of shows like that. Like Adventure Time. God, Adventure Time is so good. Adventure Time, there's a lot of theories too that the reason the creatures are like that, there was like some crazy apocalyptic like nuclear bomb, and then the creatures came alive like that. That maths, it does. And I get a lot of hate for saying I'm not a big SpongeBob fan, because I'm not a big SpongeBob fan. But it having like that dark real world tie to like historical lore is I like it. Adventure Time actually had that lore's canon. Oh, I see. I never like hardcore sat down and watched Adventure Time, but it was always on the Cartoon Network time slot for when I was getting ready for school in the morning in high school. So I would always put it on and kind of just like passively absorb it when I was like running around getting ready. Pretty good CGI. Okay, I'll check out the Ice Age thing. It gets really good. Crazy pinned message. Bob L'Esponge. Oh my god, did you see that? There's this meme that went super viral. This kid who was like, I only spoke French when I moved to the US, and I was getting bullied at school because I was going around and asking other kids if they watched Bob L'Esponge. Anyways, I'm going to France. Should I learn that? What's Wumbo? Hi, Astro. Does anybody remember that one Cartoon Network show called Kick Buttawoski? I do not. Who's your favorite Ice Age character? I don't know. Diego? Sid? I have a theory that there's so much media that's based on post-apocalyptic themes because it gives people the fantasy of not having to go to work. That's an interesting theory. I thought it was also because it was like, one, it's just easy to write a storyline out of that because you can write everything back to an era where like things just like go dark and you don't have to create lore before that. Two, it's a good excuse for things being like weird, mutated, all that. And three, because like that is kind of like a background plausible fear or thought that people have, right? Nuclear warfare, and having like that little bit of realness in there, I think adds like a fun eeriness to everything. Fave animal? I can't say a tiger. I don't know. Snake? Diego is just Will Neff. That's true. Will does have like this extreme... Will just like have like a wild tick. Like we'll just be in the elevator and he'll just be like... Ah, blah, 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 and have to like grab another man's cock or something like that. And I'm like, oh my god. And like that's just his stim. Like if my stims are like, my wrist going like that, or like grabbing my cats, like that's just his stim. And I'm like, wow, he's just like overflowing with energy and fire. That's a wild tick. The old cock grab stim, the old cock. I think I saw him grab cock like at least like once every 2 to 3 days on that trip. The Woker's too good. We have to look past sexual stuff. He's earned it. He has earned it for sure. Also, it's like it's with his closest boys. Like they're consenting. Like they don't give a fuck if he gets a good old handful. But the woker is so funny. God. Sometimes you have to grab a cock in the most platonic way possible, and you're valid for that. Diego take is different from mine. We got this on his on tick. At least he's not using his mouth to grab it. Oh my god. I'm just laughing so hard because I just had like a thought. Oh my god. Okay, I have a question for you guys. Because I was talking about this with when we were in Japan with the group. So, you know how I told you guys a couple of days ago, I told some people that there's this drunk group of Japanese people talking to us. There was like 4 of them. And one of them said to me, because I was lagging behind the group when we were getting to our Uber, she said to me in like broken English, she was like, do you know atomic? Like clear as day, she said atomic. Everyone verified that for me. I was like, is she asking me about the atomic bomb? Which is like a super crazy random thing to mention. But hey, maybe she heard our American accents and she was like, atomic bomb. Anyways, that then made us get into this conversation where I was talking about how I remember as a child, my father, because he sucks, tried to justify to me as a kid. He was like, oh no, we had to drop the bombs on Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Way more people would have died, which like completely negates the fact that Japan already surrendered, right? And then most other people in the group, like Will, Caroline, all that, they were saying that in school they were told that, like told that piece of like, you know, false US propaganda, like we had to drop it because, you know, in school they negated the fact that Japan already surrendered. Did your guys, so what I'm asking is, did your guys' schools say that? They did? That's so gross. That's fucked up. Because my school never said that. Like, I was not told that. And everyone was really surprised that I was not told that. They were like, oh, I thought all American schools told that. And I was like, well, I did go to like a mega lib school. So maybe that's why. They already surrendered, indeed. I was never told that they surrendered. I'm not American, so I learned the truth. Yeah, well, okay, this question is obviously just for Americans. I mean, you can talk. I'm curious what you heard if you're not American, but I just want to know if your school system talked about that or not. But yeah, it was actually crazy thinking back on that conversation, like trying to justify the murder of all those people to like your 6-year-old kid. Yikes. I'm from Singapore. Our books didn't really push that. Interesting. I was also taught that we won the Vietnam War. Oh. Yeah, my school didn't say we won the Vietnam War either. That's definitely not true. As Red says from That 70s Show, it was a tie. Mine was more focused on justifying Native American atrocities, different scope. Damn. But yeah, super fucked up. They whitewash. Oh, yeah. I mean, the U.S. whitewashes history incredibly hard. I mean, I would assume I know a lot of countries do that. Like, for example, Japan completely does not own up to the fact that they had comfort women. But, yeah. Not surrender before the bombs. It was like they didn't outright, but I think it was already in process. Not worth the bombs because it was a way. Yeah, I mean, I hope that no one today thinks it was worth the bombs. I would assume. My school said that we couldn't live with Native Americans because they were getting the settlers sick. Oh. My school just tried to push that whole, like, we were friends. Like, we had Thanksgiving together. And all that shit. I'm like, huh. Japan War II education is bad, but funny enough, remember Chinese and Japanese groups fighting over Sea of Japan in VA textbooks. I don't remember what they said about VA. I see. Maybe they're close to it. Weren't they like right pretty much on the cusp saying they're going to do it? I mean, it also wasn't necessary that they dropped either bombs because I don't think there's ever a justification for dropping an atomic bomb on a civilian. And I feel like anyone just find that psychotic. Especially because it did all the imperial things so fast. America did everything fast. Well, they did surrender, so. Japanese history is fucked up other Asian countries. Oh, yeah, of course. But that's interesting because then sometimes people say that as if it's like justifying the U.S. dropping the bomb on them. I'm like, no, that still doesn't justify it. Japan doesn't teach what they did in Nanking. Yeah, they also try and remove comfort women statues. Like, you guys know comfort women, the women that were taken from Korea, Philippines, and was it China? Mostly, yeah, to act as sex slaves. Most of them who are like teenage girls, and they don't acknowledge that that was a thing. And they try and get taken down comfort women monuments. Sag. But that's all imperial countries. They all do evil things and suck. We are a nightmare indeed. But it still doesn't mean that it was justified to do that. Yeah, my school thought it was necessary. Alternative being an invasion of the main Japanese islands. Two wrongs don't make a right, exactly. And also at the end of the day, it's like the people that are perpetrating most of this evil shit are like the people on top. Like some fucking random civilian or some kid did not deserve to be evaporated. I don't think most people agree the bomb is necessary. Japan versus Germany, very different countries. Current Southeast Asia is still very messy. Well, anywhere that was, hardcore colonized is going to be very messy. And that's not to their own fault, right? Like if people come in, they ravage you, they steal your resources, they purposely destabilize you, it's going to be messy. Thank you, B++ for the subs. Thank you, W. They won't be acknowledging anything now with the new PM. Yeah, I was reading the China Times on the plane, and there's a lot going on there, and China was very upset at the new prime minister of Japan and how she was, I don't remember what it was exactly. Was she like acknowledging Taiwan or something like that? About the semantics, just their money is safe. Indeed. General MacArthur. Tell me about Soviet. B++, the only good billionaire for real. Hell yeah. You guys know you can gift 1,000 subs right now. Not telling you anyone to do that. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if that's necessary that someone should be able to drop that. Surprised how fast you're reading chat. I'm trying. I'm definitely going to miss some. Southeast Asia has the double whammy being colonized by both Europe and Japan. Yeah, my grandma, my ba, this is insane. She has a colonizer tier list of like, in her opinion, like how badly the colonizers were like in Vietnam. So, that would be America, Japan, China, and France. And she's like, yeah, the Japanese, they didn't do as much crazy shit as the Chinese. The French, they were fucking insane. I was just like, oh my God, what we've been through as a nation to do that. She's saying she used the Japanese military to defend Taiwan from China. Yeah, well, they fighting. The girls are fighting. But yeah, China was tweaking in the China Times. I was reading that on the plane to Chongqing like, whoa, this is tea. 1,000 subs would break something. It's also like, what if they don't actually have the money for 1,000 subs and they do like a back charge, or they're doing it on like their parents' credit card? Like, why does that need to be an option? Nope, the worst colonizer is Spain. Well, we're talking about in the context of Vietnam, and Spain never colonized Vietnam. So Belgium is S tier colonizers where S is bad. Yeah, what they did to Africa was insane. Learn Taiwan has the most advanced chip making centers. Yeah, they say that the reason why China hasn't invaded Taiwan is because they be making all of them microchips there. But I don't know. I don't know too many of the details. Someone did get 1K subs on a stream with 800 followers and just deleted the extra 200 and didn't give them out. Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like it's just going to be used for people to troll. It's your first time traveling to China? It was my first time in China. Yep. Brits are up there. I mean, sure, yeah. If we're talking the world, it's going to be like France, Britain, Belgium, Spain. the US. And then Japan for the East. Taiwan's best for like hot pop and boba. I hope they never get invaded. They did invent boba. Are you happy to be back in America? I am. I mean, I could have honestly gone a little longer, but I feel like my body could not handle. Mostly more than anything, I need to see my children, my kitties. They call for mommy. Does the chat show all 1,000 subs when you give them? I have no idea. I don't know if it'd be worth it for China involved, so as long as proxy war for Taiwan. Yeah, it's also just like, do they feel like they would gain enough to make that conflict worth it? I don't know. There's a joke in Taiwan that if China invades Taiwan, military would save Taiwan by throwing a coup and then surrendering. Nobody really wants to fight. I see. Churchill did a Holocaust in India and Bangladesh to kill 4 million people. Isn't that why, like, also, like, the famines in India now, why, like, a lot of people with South Asian DNA have a hard time losing weight? Do the Mali Kingdom and Umayyad Caliphate count in this? I honestly do not know much about what they did. I can point them out on a map. The British English were the worst colonizers overall. They're responsible for what we're witnessing right now in Israel. The British people did draw the lines. That is true. That is true. All the symbolic stuff Japan did when they colonized Korea is insane, though. Generational hatred. Yeah, they still have a lot of beef. God, we're such a disturbing species. I know the human evil is just like so boundless. And I think as like a regular person, thinking about it is just like, ugh. That's not good. That's not it. China doesn't want to actually invade Taiwan, but wants to appear to want it so they can concede to compromise. I see. Imagine if world relations in the countries that cause mass atrocity actually took accountability. If only. Like, I know, for example, for the comfort women thing, like, most women who are comfort women, they're, like, in their 90s now. There's only a few alive. So Japan is kind of just waiting until they die off so they don't have to be, like, bothered by this anymore. Humans are dumber than they are evil. I don't know. They're pretty dumb and they're pretty evil. Korea is also doing hypercapitalism at a terrifying rate. Yeah, I watched this video today that was talking about how the majority of Koreans, when asked on like this survey, so there's a survey in a couple different countries, and it was asking people what brings the most fulfillment in life. And the majority of people from most countries ranked family at the top, like family, you know, interpersonal relationships, whatever. And Korea was one of the only countries that ranked like material gain, like material possession. And that's why, you know, they did a capitalism speed run and it's running them into the ground, unfortunately. I'm not a political streamer, LOL. Evil can be a result of stupidity or greed or any number of other reasons. For sure. But I think like the super hardcore evil is beyond stupidity. Seems like a rat race. It is. Korea's unironically doing fascism, but against women as the outgroup. If I was Korean, I would have ranked Korean barbecue as the #1. You are a political streamer now. I'm not. You can talk about politics and a variety of things. You know how some people say they're a variety streamer, but like, because they play a lot of different games. I think I'm a variety streamer, but in yappage.
What do you want? What do you want? Hold on. My son needs to be held. Come here, Bubba.
Never mind. He's trying to lead me to the food.
Okay, I'll hold you instead, because your brother's trying to lead mommy to the food. He's being fat. He's being fat. Your brother's acting like he hasn't eaten anymore, when he has eaten so many things.
It's kind of stupid to be evil. Not necessarily. It depends on what your goals are. Not necessarily. Like, if your goal is, like, power and shit, it's not necessarily stupid. And a lot of, you know, the worst type of evil person is, like, a really smart evil person. Because they can max out on that shit. Should have named him Loki the way he's trying to trick you. You fat shamer cats. I'm not fat shaming. Sometimes people say that to me. I'm like, are you silly? I'm fat uplifting them. It's so cute when house cats are cute and fat and chubby. Because people are like, why do you keep calling them fat? I'm like,
I love that they're fat little babies.
It's not the same as calling a person fat, you know. Greed kills everything it do. You know, in this world full of evil things, full of hatred, at least we have overweight cats. It brings joy. Cats speak English. This cat doesn't talk a lot. My other one talks a lot. Look at him staring in my eyes. He loves looking into mommy's eyes. Thank you, Big. The fatter the cat, the buffer the owner. Dude, I need to go to the gym so bad. I lost like all of my toning, all of my everything when I was in Asia, except on my legs because we walked a lot, but besides that. Hitler's stupid high on long list of drugs, majority of the campaign. No, I'm not saying you can't be a successful evil person if you're dumb, but I'm just saying the worst evil people are smart. We need a weightless cat, mother. Cats totally understand. I think cats understand. They understand tone and they understand vibe. It may be a few words, but they don't understand.
Yeah. Mostly my cats just understand when I talk like this. Yeah, that's your favorite sound.
Just do big boy lifts too. I unironically have used them, especially him, as weights before. I've used them as squat weights. I've used them as lift. And the issue is because like cats don't like to be held for that long. So they start like tweaking out. Genuinely, like he would actually be, he's like, this is like 16 pounds. He would be a great like light squat weight and everything. The pump said it goes quickly, but the strength mostly stays. I hope so. My new kid wakes me up every morning by licking my face. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, this thing will lick me while I sleep. I'm like in the middle of a dream. I'm like in the middle of a nightmare. I'm like getting stabbed by some dude dressed in an Elmo mask or some shit. I don't know. And then I feel a lovely sandpapery tongue on me. And I'm like, oh, it's my Mr. Chunkers. Wish I wasn't allergic. You can fight through that. Just stick your face in a cat and sniff him. And you will fight through it. You can do it. He's fat. I'm not fat shaming them. I like that they're fat. Cats don't know when they did something wrong that people do. No, dude, they do. It's just they don't give a fuck. Like a cat will jump on... stop biting me. He's so sassy. He'll jump on the table, knock over a glass of water, and before he does it, you'll be like, hey, stop. And they'll stop with their little paw. They'll stop, and then they'll look at you, and they'll be like, ooh, should I do it? I know I shouldn't do it, but oop. And then they'll fucking do it. They're such sassy ass animals. But like they know it's wrong. The difference is they don't give a fuck. Like they don't feel a lot. I don't think they feel guilt really. Maybe if you really get upset, but I feel like dogs, they feel guilt because dogs are more obedient. Cats are more devious creatures, which I love. I actually think that's so cute and funny that they're so devious. I'm a fan. All right, let's see. For sure. You have a very soothing voice. Thank you. Genocidal monsters and cute. They're little bite-sized apex predators. Cats are most self-indulgent little assholes, and they're just so cute. I know. We rent from them. I know. One of my dogs doesn't feel guilt. He kind of got the tism. Oh my God. You just say your dog. Dog autism. Love that. Cats aren't evil because I don't think they're malintended. And in my personal opinion, I always decide if someone is evil if they have bad intent, right? I don't think cats have bad intent. They're just like, they just enjoy chaos because they enjoy stimulation and entertainment. It's not like they're like, I want to make this person suffer. You know, they love mischief. Yeah. My friend had a cat that was training a dog. It was so freaky. Interesting. Cats do look down on people, and they should. We are inferior to them. I am so honored that I get to spend this life serving my children. Devolve to be cute and get away with things. No, literally. Like, they literally just engineered themselves, or evolution engineered them to be, like, so fucking adorable. And now they're, like, scratching us while we sleep, and we're like, what did I do to deserve a claw in my eye? Like, That's evolution at its finest. Some people say the reason why cats don't attack humans is because they know they're smaller, but they're bigger, they'd attack you like they attack mice. My cats fucking attack me. I mean, they're playing, but still. Do you think you have toxoplasmosis? Probably. Yeah. Dogs are bred for doing jobs. They want to feel like they're doing a good job. Cats are bred to hang out with us. And the thing is, like, they weren't even, like, actively super bred by us. Like, they just started hanging out with us. We didn't even, like, seek them out. They're still empathetic, for sure. Yeah. Yes, my cats love plastic. They love plastic so much. Holy shit. But, okay, I'm going to do a raid, guys. Because my voice is giving. But anyways, so glad to be back in America and everything. No, it's okay. It's okay. For those who are new, since I know we have a lot of new people to the community, I stream 5 days a week. Most nights I start around like 8:39 EST. And then you'll probably get like one daytime stream on the weekend and everything. But I post in my Discord announcements and on my Instagram story every day that I will be streaming. I'm also going to post a schedule for this week, so y'all will see that. And for those who are interested in getting like their Hinge or their Tinder or whatever reviewed, I'm going to try and do that next weekend. So I'll post the form tomorrow on Instagram and in Discord. So keep a lookout for that. But anyways, guys, yay. Okay. I will either see you guys tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I'll definitely post the schedule tomorrow though. Thank you guys. Bye.